Good evening. I hereby call the Palm Springs Regular City Council meeting of June 25th, 2020 to order. I'd like to ask our Finance Director and Treasurer, Nancy Pauly, to lead us in tonight's Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Mayor, Nancy's not here, but I'll lead the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone will stand and please follow after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty for all.
Thank you. We have 3 presentations tonight. The first is a Census Action Week update from Council Members Garner and Mayor Pro Tem Holsted.
Thank you. I didn't realize this was first. There's a slide. If we could have that put up, that'd be great. Awesome. So we have a census committee that has been meeting every week because we're really trying to make sure that as many people as possible in Palm Springs fill out the census. And so we decided as a group to have a Census Action Week. And that's what we're announcing to you today. It's going to kick off on Tuesday, July 7th, where we're going to do a social media day. I'm going to put up videos on Facebook and just encourage everybody to really put it out there on all of the social media sites you use, that the census is important, and encourage people to do it. And then the next day on July 8th, we're going to do a caravan through some of the neighborhoods, which should be really fun, with just some music and information. But don't worry, we won't be making too much noise. It'll just be brief, and it should be a nice little event. And on Thursday, July 9th, we will be at the Find Mobile Food Bank that's at the James O. Jesse Desert Highlands Unity Center. And we will be encouraging people to fill out the census there, and we'll actually have some tablets there if people want to do it while they're waiting in line. And then on Friday, July 10th and Saturday, July 11th, the Palm Springs Cultural Center is showing the film Palm Springs, which is a new Andy Samberg film. And that's going to be very exciting. It'll be a fun drive-in movie experience for our residents. And so we'll have a little commercial that will start before the movie, and we will have people there in case anyone needs more information or wants to fill out the census. So we really encourage all of the residents to fill out a census. The more people that fill out the census, the more opportunity we have for funding from the federal government. So all like the block grant money that we'll talk about later, that's all comes from the census. So it's really important that our residents fill it out. And do you have anything to add, Mayor Pro Tem?
I would just add that our rates of filling out the census are still about in the 50 percentile. So only about half of Palm Springs residents have filled out their census so far. A lot of cities in the Coachella Valley are beating us. And so this is a call to action for the council members. We actually can look at the census data by district and by neighborhood. So for 1PS and the council members who live in different districts, really a challenge to participate in our Census Action Week and to encourage your friends and neighbors to fill out their census. We need those federal dollars now more than ever. So really appreciate everyone participating in this week that will be really fun and good for the community. And we picked it around 4th of July because we thought you can be patriotic, serve the city, please fill out your census.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. Any council members have any questions? Okay, thank you both very much, and thanks for your work on this. Really appreciate it, and the committee. Our next presentation is on Plastic-Free July. I believe our sustainability manager is on.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I wanted to say a few words about Plastic-Free July. Plastic-Free July is an initiative that started in Australia and is taking off worldwide to draw attention to the problem of plastics in our environment. And I'll talk a little bit more about it in a second, but I wanted to mention a couple of the things that the city is going to be taking on in July. One is to install bottle fillers at our city facilities. We've got some around now, but we want to complete that project, and we want to do that to help prevent the use of single-use plastic water bottles. We're doing it with money from Cal Recycle's beverage container grant, so we'll be able to do that at no cost to the city. And we're going to be starting with the pool and the library, and then look at the community centers to add some there. And so hopefully when people are allowed to come back, they will have access to those things, and we'll keep them touch-free so that they are safe as well. The other thing that we've got going on in conjunction with Palm Springs Disposal Services is to promote more messaging around preventing plastic bags in recycling. A lot of people are not aware that you're not supposed to bag your recyclables before you put them in the bin. So we want to promote that message, and we're going to be doing it through PSC TV. We're going to be sending out, adding messages to notices in the month of July bills that PSDS is sending out. We're also sending messages out on social media, as well as doing some direct outreach to multifamily residential units where this is a particular problem because people have to take their recycling to a common bin. Lastly, just a word about the plastic bag ban. That's going to be coming back. The state had suspended their plastic ban bag, and we did the same to be consistent with them, and they have ended that suspension. So we're going to be bringing back our plastic bag ban, assuming that you council members are okay with that. And we'll be doing some outreach to retailers and grocery stores to let them know that that's happening, and to give them the details on that during the month of July, and give them a little bit of time to get back up to speed on those requirements. Lastly, if people want to take part in Plastic Free July, I would encourage them to take a look at plasticfreejuly.org website. It has a lot of great ideas there for things that people can do, including taking a pledge, and to do things like saying no to plastic disposable utensils and straws, which is a particular problem right now when people are eating so much takeout. So if you don't need those utensils, please say no to them when you're ordering. And bringing your water bottles along with you when you venture out, and choosing reusable storage containers at home instead of using plastic wrap. So those are things to think about, and again, visit the website for more information. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you. Really appreciate that. Any questions or comments?
I just wanted to comment, thank you to staff for doing this. I'm really excited that we're participating in Plastic Free July as the City of Palm Springs. Thank you for bringing forward those initiatives. I'm going to be participating in Plastic Free July, so I guess tonight I'm just challenging my council members to join me in that as well. It's difficult during the pandemic. I know our plastic use has just increased tenfold, so I just think this is an important event for the community, and challenge any and all residents to join us in participating in Plastic Free July to the best of your ability. Every choice you make makes a difference. So thank you to everyone for doing this.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Councilmember Woods? You're muted.
Thank you to staff. I really hope it helps raise the consciousness of plastics. It's very hard to go to a grocery store anymore and not buy food that's not wrapped in plastic of some sort. And it's very, very difficult. And it's systemic throughout our country and throughout the world. And each of us has to take an individual choice in how we purchase our food. But a first step is just to become conscious of it. So I want to thank staff for their efforts in this.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. And thank you, Patrick, for that. Our next and final presentation is from Police Chief Ryan Reyes.
Mayor, we are, the chief is just walking in. So,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you, Chief.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, as far as a brief presentation, I'd just like to cover what we have in regards to our policies as it relates to 8 Can't Wait. 8 Can't Wait is has gotten some traction for some time now as it relates for a need for policies to adhere for 8 key categories within all police agencies. I'm happy to announce that we did push this out to our community and to the public at large to understand that we are in compliance with all 8 of the key points within the 8 Can't Wait campaign. As it relates to policies, we've had them all in place for some time now. The most recent one that we changed in the past weeks was our carotid control restraint hold, and that has been suspended indefinitely from our police department. And it's inevitable that that will not be coming back as an option for lower means of force. So that was one of the key things in regards to the 8 Can't Wait that we immediately suspended. De-escalation training. Every 2 years, officers are required to attend a 4-hour interpersonal communication and de-escalation training course certified by the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training. We ourselves have recently, as an agency, developed an 8-hour California post-approved integrated communications assessment and tactics class, where we have instructors within our agency to provide this training not only to our employees, but in partnership with the community. So we'll be rolling that out in the coming months. It's an 8-hour course where we invite the community to join us during that training, so we're both learning from each other. Warnings before use of deadly force. Pursuant to PSPD policy 300.4, where feasible, officers shall identify themselves as a police officer and make reasonable efforts to warn that deadly force may be used. Police officers are bound by California Penal Code 835 subsection A, which provides specific guidelines for the use of deadly force. And that's been in our policies for some time. Deadly force itself, officers utilize the critical decision-making model, which focuses on available information, assessing threats, the law, our policy, planning, reassessment, and an officer may use deadly force when such force is necessary to protect self or others against imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. Again, 835 subsection A of the Penal Code is our guiding law, along with PSPD policy 300.4. Duty to intervene. We also have that within our policy under 300.21 in regards to requirement to intervene when another officer is using excessive force. Shooting at moving vehicles. We also have that within our policy and had it within our policy 300.4.1. Officers should move out of the path of an approaching vehicle instead of discharging their firearm at the vehicle or any of its occupants. And it goes into further detail, but we do have that within our policy, and it has been in our policy for years. And then again, use of force. Overall, it's a very extensive policy, 300.3. Again, in the references 835 subsection A of our Penal Code. Use of force reporting requirements, that's also within our policy. 300.5, any use of force of any officer shall be promptly, completely, and accurately documented in a report. Supervisors to perform administrative reviews on reportable uses of force. PSP policy 300.5.2 requires statistical data on use of force resulting in serious bodily injury be reported to the California Department of Justice. That has been in place for years. We do have a platform called Blue Team in regards to all uses of force are reviewed by our supervision, our middle managers, and ultimately a division captain, and then ultimately to me after it's been reviewed by all those entities to determine the appropriateness, if it's within policy and it's logged, and any lessons learned, any retraining needed, and it's on a platform called Blue Team where we track all uses of force, and that's been in place for several years. Now, all these policies are available on the PSPD website. Not only the use of force policies, but all of our policies are online and available for anybody to view should they wish to. Now, California Chiefs of Police is also on board with needed changes. I'm proud to announce that some recent legislation over the past year or two has put some uniformity amongst all California agencies as it relates to use of force. Assembly Bill 392 was passed within the past year or two, which made it standardized across all California law enforcement agencies in regards to the use of force and the standards that are necessary when you use that force. Senate Bill 230 was passed in California in cooperation with our elected officials and California Chiefs of Police Association, shaping that that Senate bill, which made it uniform across the state of California as it relates to policies. Policies on use of force must be uniform throughout our state to include verbiage in there on de-escalation and reporting. So that's my brief report. We're well on our way. California Chiefs of Police has a number of other initiatives on the way now to have some further change as it relates to databases to track problem officers, a third-party process. They're supporting the third-party process for decertification of police officers. Also legislation as it relates to officers being tracked that have been allowed to retire in lieu of termination, to also track those and make those officers' information available via database. And that concludes my brief presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief. Any questions for the chief? Okay. And thank you, and that will conclude our presentations, unless City Manager, you have anything else to present.
No, Mayor, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So our next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for separate discussion. I'd like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any council members who would like any item removed from the consent calendar? Councilmember Garner.
I'd like to pull 1D,
Okay.
and that's it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so we have a motion to accept.
Mr. Mayor, I'm so
Oh,
sorry. I
sorry.
thought you might pull 1R. I thought we should at least pull it and talk about it. So I'll
Okay.
do that one, please.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Okay, so
And I'll make the motion that you're asking for.
perfect, thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion to accept the agenda minus 1D and 1R by Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, seconded by Councilmember Garner.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. City Attorney Ballinger, is there a report on the closed session from this evening?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public, the City Council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda, and there was no action that was required to be reported.
Great, thank you very much. The next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You ask to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you're speaking about. Please note that general public comments for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the meeting. In addition, due to the volume of public comment on today's agenda, I'd like to note that it's anticipated that, it's possible the City Council could adjourn today's meeting to continue it, public comment at another meeting. Tonight, the City Clerk will be contacting speakers via telephone. City Clerk, please begin. agenda item.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, Simone Sandoval, you're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Simone Sandoval, and I am the applicant's authorized agent and the Director of Licensing and Compliance with GlobalGo. We respectfully request that City Council grant this distance waiver for Cali Bliss to operate a cannabis retail and lounge on South Indian Canyon. And as a reminder, unlike cultivation and some manufacturing uses, retail and lounge uses are considered a permitted use under the code, and there are no set distance requirements for retail or lounges from residences. The issue before this project is that there is already another retail store located within 60 feet of the project. However, unique characteristics regarding this location and the applicant warrants approval of this waiver. Firstly, the policy behind City Council allowing this waiver mechanism was to allow projects to come into and revitalize vacant buildings to serve the public interest. This building's commercially zoned first floor has been vacant for the past 2 years. The windows have been covered as the previous owner used it for overflow storage, and there is no history of business licenses tied to the property, meaning this building has been sitting on South Indian Canyon's dense mixed-use area for years without generating any revenue or jobs, which is something many residents need right now, given that unemployment in Palm Springs has jumped to 18% in May. Given the current economic state of the country and the fact that cannabis has been deemed an essential business, it makes it unlikely that a non-cannabis business will be able to come in and occupy this space in the near future. Secondly, while we understand there may be concerns around odor, I would like to remind the council that this project wouldn't even be able to be presented if planning, the Department of Special Programs, and Palm Springs' own engineering consultants hadn't already reviewed, edited, and approved the odor control. With that said, we respectfully request City Council grant this distance waiver, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Gabriel Middleman.
Yeah,
This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
hi. Good evening. Hi, my name is Gabriel Middleman. I'm the owner of the building at 530 South Indian Canyon Drive, where my tenant Rockstar Cannabis is. I am totally against anyone being within 500 feet from Rockstar, which the city of Palm Springs also requires in its rules and regulations. GlobalGo is looking to get a waiver and permit to be at 562 South Indian Canyon Drive. This is exactly 6 feet and 6 inches away from my building, which I personally measured. This is totally unacceptable. My tenant, Rockstar Cannabis, went through all the rules and regulations that the city required, knowing that they must be at least 500 feet away from any other cannabis dispensary. They spent a lot of money and time upgrading the premises for which the city required a new parking lot, etc. Now, for GlobalGo or any other dispensary to come in and ask for a waiver 60 feet away from Rockstar is an insult to the city requirements. It should not have even been considered for a waiver or any permits. Disregard for this 500-foot rule would also set a precedent for others to do the same. City requirements must be, as they are stated, 500 minimum from every established cannabis establishment. This 500-foot requirement is an excellent requirement. It prevents cannabis establishments to be oversaturated in the city. Without this requirement, cannabis establishments would be next to each other and eventually put each other out of business since they are catering to the same clientele. In conclusion, 562 South Indian Canyon Drive, GlobalGo must be denied waiver and permit since they are 60 feet away from Rockstar. Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect now. Hello, Anna. This is the Palm Springs
Yes?
City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council, and if you could please begin by stating your name, and you'll have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
My name is Anna. My last name is Apadian. I was basically calling on behalf of my husband, who is the owner of Rockstar Cannabis Club Inc., located on 530 South Indian Canyon. We received a letter in regards to the new dispensary that's going to open up literally like not even very close to us, which is going to be located on 562 South Indian. And we wanted to oppose this. The reason is that we just opened up our store like back in January, and it's not about the business being there, but it's going to harm our business because due to the distance, it's so close to each other. Our sales are already reduced due to the pandemic going around in the world. So we would not like to have this dispensary, which is the same type of business, so close to our business, which is very new. And our intentions were to be in the city of Palm Springs to grow and give back. But by having this dispensary along with the lounge so close to us and next to us, it's definitely not going to make our dreams come true. So this is all that we wanted to say that we are opposing.
Anna, are your comments concluded?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you, and we're going to disconnect now.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Hello, Mayor. We are having a technical problem. Apparently you've lost sound, so we do need to take a recess if you can hear this. Okay. I want to text the mayor. What is that? Do you know?
Was able to hear?
He's not. I'll call him.
No, they should be able to hear us right now.
They can
We
hear
can hear now.
Okay.
But can we hear
Couldn't hear
them?
before.
Mayor, if you can hear us, we can go forward. I think if you can hear us.
Yeah, we can.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Did we miss any public comment?
I can go back
So
to the
last
one
public-
caller. We had Anna Apatea, and we can go back to her if you'd like.
The last few.
I got cut off during the building owner by the cannabis applicant.
Yes.
Correct.
As he was ending, I think. It felt like,
Yeah.
yeah. So I think we heard those two, but not anyone else.
Okay, I'll call Anna back.
I'll go ahead and do that.
You can begin.
Okay, yes. Do you want me to start from the beginning to introduce myself?
If you'd like, you can do that, yes.
Yeah, sure. I was calling basically on behalf of my husband. He owns the Rockstar Cannabis Club Inc., which is located on 530 South Indian Canyon. And the reason that we're opposing to this new dispensary, which is going to, along with the lounge, which is going to be located so close to us. We spent a lot of money, and it took us about a year. And we just opened up our dispensary back in January of this year. And by having this dispensary and lounge so close to us, it's going to really harm our business. We're already going through financial hardship. Our sales have been reduced due to the pandemic going around in the world. And by having this second business so close to us, it's going to definitely harm us much more than how we were harmed during the pandemic. So I would really appreciate if the councils over there can make a fair a solution, give a fair solution to this motion, because we would truly not want to harm our business by having this dispensary so close to us. We are really happy to come to Palm Springs, open up a business, and to grow and give back. But by having them so close next to us, it's definitely not going to happen. So this is all I wanted to say. So if they can take all these comments into consideration, I would really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, and we'll disconnect now.
Thank you.
Hello, Chris Rogan. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. Okay.
Leave your message for
Hello?
Hello, Derek Sanchez. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think that Cathedral City needed another dispensary in that area. There's already, so many of them down there. I mean, it's just a waste of space, I just feel like there's already enough dispensaries in that area where another one isn't really needed. That whole street already smells like marijuana as it is. I don't think we should add another one. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, and we'll disconnect.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Hello, is this Gilbert?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could begin by stating your name.
Gilbert Martrosian. Yes, I feel it's a terrible idea because there's going to be oversaturated of dispensaries, just like in Cathedral City. What happened was in Cathedral City, when they had a lot of dispensaries next to each other, over a year period,
they started one by one closing down and moving elsewhere. It's a terrible idea next to each other. Plus, there's a right next door, so there might be kids in there. For the lounge, the smoke, and so I think it's a terrible idea to have two dispensaries right next to each other. It's going to hurt both of them, not just one. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Hello, this is Peter.
Hi, Peter Roa. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. My concern about having a pot dispensary near me is there is one in North Palm Springs on Oasis. It's Joy of Life, and you can smell pot a block and a half away, and I would hate that to be in my neighborhood. If that wasn't the case, then I wouldn't have a big problem with it. But if they can't assure me that it's not going to smell like pot on my street, I'm 2 streets away from that project, I would be very unhappy if that was the case. I just purchased over here as well, so that's it. Do you need any clarification?
Nope, that's fine, Mr. Roa, and we'll disconnect now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, is this Andre?
Yes, this is him.
The Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could begin by stating your name.
Yes, how you doing? It's Andre Catch. I'm against the second dispensary because I'm in a process of moving my family to Palm Springs. I want to purchase a house about 2 blocks away from the Indian Canyon. I'm against 2 stores right next to each other. Always walk the family around the block. Not against the dispensary. Just think 2 of them close to each other. It's not nice for the city as well. And that's my case.
Okay, thank you, and we'll disconnect now. Hello, Jacqueline LaRose?
Yes.
This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit?
Sure. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I'm opposed to having another dispensary in Palm Springs. I live in Palm Springs. I've been there for the past 5 years. And
now it seems like there's so many dispensaries out there, and it's starting to look like Cathedral City, where it's just packed with dispensaries everywhere.
Okay. Is that all your comments?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you, and we'll disconnect now.
thank you.
Hello.
Hello, is this Elizabeth?
Yes, it
This
is.
the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could begin by stating your name.
Yes, it's Elizabeth. I just spoke with my as well. We're in the process of moving to Palm Springs with my family, and we wanted to purchase a house there. And it's about 2 blocks away from the new dispensary and lounge that wants to open. And we are opposing it. We are against it. I just feel that you're bringing the city basically too close. As far as we know, by law, it's supposed to be 500 feet away from each other. So we just wanted to oppose that we are against it, and please make it fair. So that's our case.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Charles Gonzalez. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council.
Yes.
And you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Am I live now?
Yes, you are.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Charles Gonzalez, and I have a private practice here in Palm Springs. I'm a family medicine doctor and HIV medicine doctor. I opened my practice in last November, and I want to report to you my concerns regarding mask use in the gym. The gyms here in Palm Springs, I am seeing roughly a mask compliance 60% of the time. I'm very concerned about that because we do know that masking significantly reduces the infection rate of COVID-19, and we are seeing an increase in the number of infections here in America, and I believe it has to do possibly to the opening of gyms. I have been talking to the gym that I go to, and they are really not inclined to do very much about improving what they see as people's use of masks. They are relying on Governor Newsom's recommendations, which basically says very clearly, because I've read them, it says masks are strongly encouraged in gyms. That's not going to work. I am seeing people on treadmills. I'm seeing people on on bicycles. I'm seeing people work out without their masks or their masks pulled down to their neck. And in this city, that is going to cause a tremendous amount of problems regarding infecting others. I really admire what Governor Newsom has done with COVID-19 for our state, except he misstepped with the gym recommendations. But Palm Springs, you guys, the city council, does not need to follow in his missteps. I just urge you, please, to put out a statement demanding mask use in all gyms in Palm Springs. If you have any questions, you're always welcome to call me in my office at 760-318-4424 if you have any questions regarding my professional opinion on COVID-19 and mask use. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Timothy Azar. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, hi. I'm calling in regards to Palm Springs reopening of the gyms and bars and churches, and also not allowing basketball. And I was curious why. I went to the park down here. It's Ruth Hardy, and I noticed there was tennis, tennis and pickleball, but the basketball hoops are taken down. And I was just wondering if there's a way that at least we could put the hoops back up and maybe just have a rule where you can only have shoot around and no games. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, Ivy Bader. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Ivy Bader, and I'm the applicant's compliance analyst. We respectfully request that the City Council grant this distance waiver for Calibliss to operate a cannabis dispensary and lounge on South Indian Canyon. Owner Andrew McHale has prior experience operating in a highly regulated industry, as he previously served as a sales manager at Flower One, the largest cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution fulfillment facility in Nevada. Andrew was responsible for establishing relationships with brands and multi-state cannabis operators and retailers in Las Vegas. Many of these popular brands operate in California as well, like Cookies and Kiva. Andrew brings to the project experience and a network of established brands. He is trained on quality control, inventory control, seed-to-sale traceability, security, and cannabis product safety. During his tenure, he never experienced any documented public nuisances or violations of local or state law. The owners plan to design the building mid-century modern to keep in line with Palm Springs aesthetic and the building's architecture. They plan to source all designers and furnishings locally, and also plan to highlight local cannabis brands in their store, which is a great way to provide memorable experiences for lounge visitors. Also, I understand that Rockstar might be concerned about competition, but the free market should decide. There is plenty of money in the cannabis business for everyone. Competition drives down prices for consumers. Also, bars and liquor stores are commonly located within close proximity to each other, not just in downtown Palm Springs, but throughout the entire city. Those types of businesses don't face the over-concentrations regulations that cannabis does, especially in Palm Springs. Please treat cannabis as any other type of business. We respectfully request the City Council grant us this distance waiver.
And we're going to need to disconnect now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, John McKell. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. Good evening, City Council and Mayor.
My name is John McKell, Cali Bliss owner, and today I ask for your consideration in approving our project for a cannabis lounge and dispensary. We take great pride in being good neighbors. Prior to the pandemic, I went door to door to introduce myself and talk to my neighbors about any concerns that they may have. I provided the neighbors with a copy of the city-approved odor control plan and even gave them my cell phone numbers in case they had any questions or concerns. Let them know that a security guard will be on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if I'm not personally available at Cali Bliss, I'll ensure my guard takes care of any issues reported by the neighbors. I got to say, I was pleasantly surprised at how supportive the neighbors were. We submitted to the record 7 signed letters of support from our neighbors and 2 of them from our tenants. After a day of meeting with and talking to the neighbors, there was only 1 that was unresponsive. So our immediate neighbors are very supportive of this project, and I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration of approving Cali Bliss Lounge and Dispensary.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thank you.
Hello, Andrew McKell. This is the
Yep, that's me.
Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Andrew McHale. I'm a Cali Bliss owner. I will be in charge of the operations as I have hands-on experience in the cannabis industry as a sales manager. I was recruited heavily by Flower One because of my years of experience in this field. While working at Flower One, I really honed in my business operating skills and made valuable connections with big-name distributors and multi-state brands operational in California that I'd like to bring to Cali Bliss Dispensary and Lounge. Cali Bliss will focus largely on educating consumers on safe, legal cannabis consumption. We plan to book educational vendors to provide personal, small-sized cannabis presentations. And keeping consistent with safe consumption, we also plan to hire shuttle services for any customers that will be consuming products on site. Thank you for your time and consideration in approving this project.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
This is Jonathan.
Hi, Jonathan Rodriguez. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
I want to start off by saying good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Jonathan Rodriguez, and I'm the Fulfillment Manager at Flower One, and I was Andrew's direct supervisor. Andrew exhibited one of the highest levels of production I've ever seen in a team member. Not only did he produce at a high standard, but he consistently maintained quality and accuracy. That attention to detail was paramount in a highly regulated industry where compliance always needed to be met. Andrew always delivered there. We are grateful for his contribution to our business, and I promise the City of Palm Springs will be too. Please approve this distance waiver. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Fritz Koenig. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the City Council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, am I in public comment, or the general public comment now?
This is for item 4A, which was the regulations on COVID.
Wow, okay. First of all, everything that's on the website is either delayed or mixed up and jumbled, number one. Number two, all of this business about us listening to dial tones and ringtones and you announcing yourself to other people, just for a moment, think about how much money you are spending on all the consultants and all the people in that room right now to listen to every single one of those. What you need to do is call Bruce Hoban, who you know as the founder of the vacation rental organization. He uses a piece of software that allows everybody to queue up and allows the city manager or the city clerk to sit there and control who is able to talk. That's number one. Communication is number one for a council And that's what you need to do in order to eliminate all of this cross traffic. The next thing is about masks. People are out there not wearing masks inside grocery stores and inside hardware stores and inside pharmacies. Within 15 feet of the drug dispensary in the pharmacy, people were not wearing masks. I understand the city council has told the businesses that they cannot stop people who say, I have a medical condition. Well, issue a certificate or require a doctor to issue a certificate that they can wear as a lanyard when they walk into an establishment like that. And by the way, so that everybody can stay 25 feet away from them. That's my public comment. I'll be talking to you later about the police. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you. Public testimony is now closed. Next is City Council, Subcommittee, and City Manager comments and reports. And the council members who have comments or reports. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have a few things. The first is that I know I've been getting a lot of calls about fireworks, and I'm sure that some other council members probably have too. So just wanted to let residents know that fireworks are not allowed in Palm Springs. I know that the 4th is coming up and, you know, people want to do something, but we really ask that you respect that rule and not let off fireworks. But I also wanted to let people know that I worked with Deputy Chief Mike Smith. He oversees our Fire Prevention Bureau with the fire department, and he was kind enough to work with other firefighters to create 2 PSAs about fireworks, one in English and one in Spanish, which is really cool. And we actually have some firefighters who speak Spanish, which I think is really important for our force. And so those videos are going to be available soon and kind of disseminated around. So I think it's really important that we educate people on why fireworks are dangerous and why we don't allow them in the city instead of just telling them no. So that's coming soon. The other thing that I wanted to mention just at the top of the meeting was that I wanted to ask staff to bring forward at the next meeting the possibility of the name change for Golf Club Drive to Lawrence Crossley. You know, we usually ask at the end, but I just wanted to state that now. The other thing is, just as we just heard, there has been a lot of increase in COVID-19 cases in Palm Springs, in the Valley, in Riverside County, and it's very concerning. So I just want to urge everyone to wear your masks when you're out in public, and just be considerate of others during this time. We don't want this to get more out of hand. So just think about everyone else and think about our healthcare workers and our essential workers when you're going out. The last thing I wanted to say is that Mrs. Linda Gray is retiring after 20 years of service with the city of Palm Springs. Mrs. Gray moved to Palm Springs in 1978 when she was recruited to teach a music program. And she's a District 1 resident. She lives in Desert Highlands Gateway Estates. And she's worked with the city as a literacy coordinator at the James O. Jesse Desert Highlands Unity Center for many years now. She's going to be deeply missed, but I know that she will continue to volunteer in the community as she already has for so many years. So thank you to Mrs. Gray for your service and commitment to the city and our community. And that's it.
Thank you, Council Member. Other comments? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sit as the city's representative on the Sunline Board of Directors and wanted to let you know that we approved a budget, approved a new short-range transportation plan that will reduce the total number of routes from 15 to 9. Does not make changes in where the buses go. We're actually combining routes together to eliminate transfers. And this new plan will eliminate a substantial number of transfers that are engaged by people. It will also extend 4 pilot programs in low density areas. And lastly, Sunline will have by 2035 a fleet of buses that is entirely zero emission buses. So congratulations on that. Following up on the COVID theme, I have seen a number of reports of people walking around with forged documents saying that they do not need a face mask. And I would like us to consider a ordinance that would create fines and penalties for individuals that are using a forged document to indicate that they do not need a face mask. And lastly, I would ask that council consider AB 2218, which is in the state legislature at this time, and would provide state funding to transgender healthcare centers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Middleton. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have 2 things to report to the council and the public. The first is that Councilmember Garner and I met with staff about having community listening sessions about the history of Palm Springs, about racism and discrimination and racial justice, about policing practices, and anything else that comes up in those conversations. So we decided and are recommending to council to hold a Zoom meeting with the public. That's a listening session. So it would be with the full city council. Those city council would be listening to the public and not, discussing or going back and forth. We're also thinking about other ways that people can send in their comments on those issues to us. So they can email them in, they can call them in. We can use web forms to get people's various, perspectives and stories and public comment on that. So we're hoping that council can pick a date tonight. I don't know, city manager, if you want to do that right now or if you want to do it at the end of the meeting. I know this is an urgent issue for the council and for the community, and we got hundreds of public comments related to that topic tonight as well. So I think the sooner the better we can have some of those conversations with our community. I don't know if Councilmember Garner has anything to add before the city manager tells us when we should schedule that. Thank you.
City manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So we have your regular meetings on the 9th and the 23rd. So my recommendation would be on potentially the opposite week. So that'd be either the week of the 6th or the 27th. So I don't know if council is prepared to pick a date now, or we could reach out to each of you and see if we could find a common date and get it scheduled.
Can I ask one question on that, and maybe for Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Garner? Given what I assume will be much more public comment, this is a listening session than usual. The thought of potentially doing this on a weekend day and doing it at night when people have to get up for work the next day, and so just something I want to throw out as an idea, and if that worked for staff, might be something we should think about.
Yeah, I would be open to that, and I think if we could get a couple of different ideas sent to us, that would be helpful for me, just in terms of scheduling.
I think that sounds good. We had talked about, I didn't say in my update, we talked about this being an initial step. So obviously this is going to be lots of conversations with community, meeting people where they are, having smaller group conversations. Not everyone's comfortable calling in to a big Zoom meeting, but we thought this would be our first step. But I do like the idea of having it be accessible when people aren't working. I think a weekend is a good idea if that works for folks, so they don't have to get daycare or deal with all of that in the late evening I think it's harder for people to participate.
So I'm understanding it'd be on a Saturday in July. What we'll do is we will reach out to each of you and see if we can find a common date.
Thank you. I had one other item. The mayor and I sent a letter to the Riverside County Board of Supervisors this week about their budget. So as many people probably saw, they were approving a final budget this past Tuesday, and we sent a letter as the mayor and the mayor pro tem for the city of Palm Springs, strongly urging the Riverside County Board of Supervisors to allocate additional resources to social services, mental health, behavioral health, homelessness, and housing, which are desperately needed in the Coachella Valley. And so, as many people know, the county receives tax dollars to address those issues. The city really does not. And so we've had to supplement from our city budget to fund homelessness services, to assist organizations to provide some of those services. And so, that's a big issue for the budget for the city of Palm Springs and also for our residents who desperately need those services. Got a lot of public comments tonight too about funding mental health services, which are so desperately needed. So we formally requested that the county fund more of those services in the Coachella Valley, and really assess what values their budget, is making and what kind of investments they're making in the community. So I wanted to let the council and the public know about that letter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, did you have something else, Councilman Garner?
Just one thing to clarify for some people. If you want to speak about the budget, that's going to happen a little bit later. You will get a call. You haven't missed anything.
Thank you. So two subjects I want to share. So first is, since our last meeting, there have been, we had our CVAG Executive Committee meeting where I serve for the city, and CVAG had asked the county and the state to consider the Coachella Valley a sub-region because we are so unique when it comes to COVID, somewhat more isolated, and all the cities have some face covering requirements, which is now state law. At the time, it wasn't, and the county overturned their requirements on face coverings, which are now, of course, statewide and countywide. And typically, we've been doing much better than the rest of Riverside County. Yesterday, Supervisor Perez called a meeting for mayors and city managers with Department of Public Health from District 4, which is the Coachella Valley and Blythe, to share that District 4 now is doing worse than the rest of the county and worse than the state, 3 times the percentage of positive tests in the state. The week prior to Monday, we were at 14.6 of the people who were tested positive. Under the state rules for reopening, you're supposed to be under 8%. Hospitalizations are the highest level they've been in the Coachella Valley throughout this. And ICU beds, although the vast majority are not COVID related, are close to full, if not full, in the Valley hospitals. So it was a sobering call, just really to provide us information. But I do want to share some of the things that sort of came up. One thing to note is death rates are not up. And there is general belief, and I listened to Dr. Fauci's testimony, that it's one of two or a combination of 2 factors. One is the people who are testing positive now are younger and healthier, which a lot of people attribute to reopenings and going to events and activities, who are less likely to get very sick and die. The other is it takes 2 or 3 weeks if someone is hospitalized before they may die from COVID. So it's sort of an unknown, and they don't know why. We talked a lot about requests that we've been making for 2 months since testing really started, that they don't know how these folks contracted COVID. And when you go to get tested, the county hasn't been asking people, do you work outside of your home? In what industry? Have you gone to a big indoor event? Have you gone to a party? So they are now starting to do that, because without that information on who is getting positive and how they are most likely contracted COVID, it's very hard to set policy or enforcement or education efforts. So I've read a lot of speculation of people saying it happened from this or this. We just don't know that yet, but we will hopefully be getting that data in the next few weeks as that moves forward. Another thing that came up from the call is that a lot of businesses have been in a situation where a worker tests positive and they try and reach the county, but it's closed. Public health wasn't open on the weekend, or they were getting information everyone has to be quarantined for a month. And it was not consistent. And so everyone was asking, we need one thing from county public health that all businesses and employers can know if an employee tests positive. What are the protocols? So we're waiting to get that. Once we do, we'll post it and share it with everyone. The county has also decided to do a public education campaign about the requirement now to wear face coverings. So that is going to hopefully be moving forward. And the other request that was made of the county was that cities in the valley have gotten zero money from the federal or state government. And it's very costly to do enforcement. And I think Palm Springs is doing more enforcement than I'm aware of any city in the Inland Empire. But the need for some financial support, the county's received $431 million in CARES Act funding, and they're using it for really good programs. But to get support to the cities to add enforcement, so we can try and get people to wear masks, both through education and enforcement. So I want to share that those things all went forward, and the governor and legislature have decided the counties that don't adequately enforce the requirements will become ineligible, as will the cities in those counties, for state funding that is in the budget. So it's really important that everyone take this seriously. We don't want to see things go backwards, and that is a risk we have because the county has been on the watch list. And as a sub-region, if the state recognizes as such, we're in worse shape than the county. So I did want to share that. I also did want to share that, Desert Community Energy, which is the energy provider that Palm Springs is working with, which is a community choice aggregation, which means no profits go to shareholders. It all comes back into the community. When we picked to do 100% carbon free, it was based on polling that showed approximately 60% of the public would spend up to 10%, and we capped it at that. Just want to share what the rates actually are right now so people know. In every single category, if you choose the Desert Saver rate, which is a simple 4-line form you can get at desertcommunityenergy.org, there are savings over the cheapest rate you can get from Edison, ranging from 1.6 to 3.9. The carbon-free rate is 2.5% more than the non-green Edison rate. So it's not 10%. That was the maximum that we agreed to and what we thought it would be. But obviously, we've worked really hard to make that rate as low as possible. It's 2.5%. For low-income residents on care and fair programs, they get carbon-free at 2.5% less. And for small businesses, I just want to make sure I give the right amount, it's 2.4% less for carbon-free from Desert Saver than non-green from Edison. So one of the benefits of having a organization without corporate profits that's run through representation of the residents is we have the opportunity to really focus on keeping rates as low as possible. And compared to Edison's green rates, they're much lower. But the premium, if you do stay in 100% carbon free for residents, is 2.5%. It's not 10%. And so people know Edison has raised rates. And a good part of your bill, at least half, if not slightly more, comes from Edison for delivery, maintenance of the lines, and those pieces. But there's a lot of information on the website. People can email me at my email address, and I can connect them with people to answer any questions they have on that as well. But I did want to share what the rates actually turned out to be. not what they were estimated to be and the maximum that we set for that. So anyone else have anything they want to say? Councilmember Woods.
I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have said so far, except for one thing. Masks are a requirement when you go into a business in Palm Springs, and I would just ask everyone to do their part and wear a mask and be respectful of everyone around you. It's the only thing I wanted to just kind of repeat. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much for that. So the next item is the consent calendar. I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without items 1D and 1R.
So move.
A second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Middleton, second by Councilmember Garner.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So we have two items pulled. The first one is item 1D by Councilmember Garner, and this is a request by Holdings of Harvest CA LLC for minor architectural review approval to paint the primary elevation of an existing cannabis dispensary facility located at 312 North Palm Canyon Drive. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, this is a request for approval of architectural review for a cannabis dispensary located on North Palm Canyon. The applicant had proposed to paint the facade of the building in two colors. The application was reviewed by the Architectural Advisory Committee. They recommended only the white color. And so consequently, what staff is recommending to you this evening is that the applicant be allowed to paint the front facade the white color as approved by the Architectural Advisory Commission. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those at this time.
I think the other color was yellow, so appropriate. Councilmember tonight.
Correct.
Decisive yellow. I like the name, decisive yellow.
Yes, that is decisive yellow.
You know what? That's funny. I didn't think about that when I put this dress on. Although I knew I was going to pull this. So the reason that I pulled this, I want to say first that I think it's really important that we value what our commissions send to us, and I don't want to contradict what our commissions say, and I'm not actually wanting to do that right now. But what I do want to say is that when I looked at this, I thought, wow, that looks so beautiful. I'm so excited about this. And then I read that the Architectural Advisory Committee said no. So the reason I'm bringing it up is one, that I am interested as we're looking at our mural ordinance, if we can look at some of these ordinances as well as to how we decide what our city looks like and how we want it to be painted, et cetera. I think it would be great if we could kind of review all of those, maybe all together. But the other thing is to let people know, this is something that comes with Architectural Advisory Committee, and maybe this is something that you have an opinion on, and maybe you want to be a commissioner. So apply, because this is something that you could have your voice on as well. It's our residents' opinions. That's what you do when you're on a commission with us, is you give us your opinion based on what our ordinances are, and you might have a different opinion than the AAC does right now, and that's okay. And I just want to encourage people to not be afraid to apply for commissions, and that it's all right if we have difference of opinions. But like I said, I'm not here to override the AAC in this today, but I just wanted to point that out. So thank you so much.
Sure. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to note for the record, I talked to the city attorney and I don't have to recuse on this item. My husband has a listing nearby, but it's not, doesn't affect the value, or I don't need to recuse for any reason. And I just wanted to say I completely agree with Councilmember Garner's comments. I don't know if it's our age or what. I very much liked. At least a unique design. I think we, struggle in Palm Springs because we have a lot of older buildings and a lot of Mediterranean or red tile roof styles, and now more modern styles have been known to sort of make Palm Springs, put us on the map for mid-century modern and then more modern styles. So that's interesting. I very much value Architectural Advisory Committee's opinion on here. I see that staff is recommending it's not harmonious with the rest of the building. This is a difficult building because there are so many pieces of it. But I just wanted to echo your comments and make sure that, we are considering sort of how we're modifying our ordinances to plan for the future and how to kind of keep our buildings cool and hip when sometimes we have some dated buildings that are old. So thank you for your comments. I completely agree.
Anyone else? So despite my older age, I was going to pull this item as well because I actually liked it too. And it just reminds me before I was on council when, we really appreciate AAC, and I think they voted unanimously against the saguaro having colors, and the council overruled them. But I think it's at some point when we are back to having more time to really help give our boards and commissions something we want to talk about, some sense of where council is on some of these issues, right? Because without that, they're operating without our guidance. And I think I don't want to overrule them here, and I understood the reasons when I read the staff report. But again, I think as we talk about boards and commissions and what we would like them to do and we want them to do, it really helps people know where the council is, since we're the ones elected by the residents on these issues. But I understood as I read the staff report, I first looked at the pictures and liked it. But as I read the staff report and realized all the other businesses, and when I drove by there, I understood the decision. But I do think, following up sort of on what was said, that we also need to sort of share ideas. If we want the city to have a more vibrant look, that's a discussion we should have and get council input and maybe do it jointly with AAC at some point to have a thoughtful conversation on it. So I echo sort of the sentiments that were shared here, so thank you. If there's nothing else, we'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve what they said.
Motion by Councilmember Garner, second by?
Second it.
Councilmember Middleton.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Right. The next item is 1R, which was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Holstich. Consideration of a resolution requesting CARES Act funding from Riverside County to provide funding for public services relating to COVID-19 not eligible reimbursement through the state and or federal disaster declarations. Staff report, please.
Actually, Mayor, this was a resolution in support. I requested. I didn't know if Councilmember Holstich wanted to comment.
Sure. I just wanted to flag it, and Mr. Mayor, you pushed this and called for it. So I don't know if you wanted to give an update, but I just thought it was important to talk about this with the community and make it public about our resolution and how important it is. You wanted to do that, or?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I had these are the two I had on my list, so I'm totally fine on this. I mean, this is really, and what I talked about is earlier, the importance of, the county providing funding for areas that can impact the city where we can't get reimbursed, right? They're getting reimbursed for costs that we can't get reimbursed from. And, it's part of also what CVAG did. And actually there was a letter from throughout the county that asked, for funding to come to the city. So we know best locally how to distribute those funds, whether it's to businesses or residents, and for costs that we can't get reimbursed for. So this was really to put this on record and be part of that effort that was being made. It was really spearheaded by Mayor Linda Evans and La Quinta and Mayor Glenn Miller and Indio to get everyone in District 4 to make that request. So I think it's important. And just so the public knows, other than a little bit extra $211,000, I believe, in funding, which we're going to discuss how we're going to spend in one of our public hearings, we've gotten zero. And it really makes it hard for us to do what we want to do to help our community. So thank you for pulling that. You want to add anything?
Yeah, thank you. I agree. This is so important. And it's a travesty, really, that the city of Palm Springs and small cities with less than 500,000 people have gotten essentially no support for COVID-19. And what's happened is we've had the burden of enforcing the state orders, the county orders, all of that on the city. And so our police department, our code enforcement, our city staff, us personally, we're working around the clock to address the health crisis. And yet the state and the county and the federal government have not provided any financial assistance other than the small $200,000 to cities like ours. So I think this is so crucial as the county receives $430 million in COVID relief, as well as FEMA reimbursement. This is something that we really need to keep pushing and address. And I know that we're also doing advocacy with the state and the federal government to ask for more relief, because we're facing, it's hard to find another city that's so impacted negatively by this than our city because of our reliance on tourism, and to get really no assistance with that is really difficult for the city. So thank you to the mayor for bringing this up and pushing to advocate for our city and our residents, since our residents are affected when we cut services.
Great. No, thank you for that. And just a reminder also for folks, why it's so important the county helps with enforcement and the county helps with public education. We have one person on staff who does all communications on every issue. And that all falls on us. So while all the extra need for communications right now, we haven't gotten assistance. So we're looking forward to seeing, the county do public education, especially around COVID, and the very high importance of following the law. So that's another area where the county could really be helpful, or provide the city's funding so we can add support for our staff to do that important work right now. Thank you. Anyone else have a comment or question? Okay, so with that, we'll have a motion.
So moved.
Okay, a second.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Holstege, second by Councilmember Garner.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstege.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. We're now going to move on to a number of public hearings. The first one is item 2A, consideration of adopting the revised fiscal year 2020-2021 comprehensive budget. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. As you, thank you, may know, this is since March 8th, or since March, this will have been our 8th discussion of the budget. And so what we have this evening is the culmination in the public hearing, and what we would like to do is ask you to approve the budget going forward. I would just note that I have just very brief 3 slides I want to show you just by way of a review. So if we could, we'll start the slide presentation, please. So for the current year, we're just finishing fiscal year 1920, which ends June 30. As we recall, the deficit was a 29. We came through with these savings. We used basically almost 19.3 million in reserves to get through the COVID crisis that was occurring this year. So in the new fiscal year 2021, that's what we've been discussing, dealing with a $47 million anticipated deficit. We've come up with $35 million worth of savings, and obviously that's been a big part of the discussion over the last several meetings. Even with that, we're still going to have to use almost $11.5 million of reserves. So the bottom line to all this, and this is just sort of in a summary of the two, but what you will see is what we've got. I would just note down here, we will have approximately a $18.9 million reserve. Now that's a combination of the CalPERS set-aside reserve, which takes 4/5 majority to spend for something other than CalPERS, and of course, the balance of our unrestricted. So that's what we would end with. Now, I do have one more slide that I want to show you, because since we've been finalizing all the numbers and we've come up with one additional request. So we have some additional expenditures we would like to add this evening. And this is part of the discussions that we've had over the last couple of meetings, and then obviously some things that staff is going to be recommending. The CVEP iHub, which was approximately double this figure, we had removed that. Council had basically indicated it was okay to put in half to get us through half of the year, 165, to see how we can continue on with this project, which is economic development. I'm also recommending this evening the parking contract of $125,000. This is our parking enforcement for downtown. As you know, we've suspended for the most part parking enforcement during the COVID crisis. We will be getting back into parking. We will be revising how we do it. This is about half of what our contract is, but we're asking to put that back in. The animal shelter, if you recall, we were removing $300,000 from the animal shelter's budget of approximately $1 million. They had requests to contribute some things that they're able to do to offset their costs. After continued discussion with them, it seems they can meet about $175,000. And so what we're asking is to put an additional $125,000 back. We will continue to work with them as we move throughout the fiscal year, but then this will make them whole and with their $175,000 contribution. Police body cameras. We're ready after a lengthy process of reviewing what technology and the equipment, and we've been finalized some time ago, negotiations with the police union, the POA, on body cameras. We're ready to bring this forward to you. We're looking at the next meeting. We would have a cost of approximately $850,000, and so we would like to put that back into the budget. And then finally, with regard to the skate park has been closed, and we had a contract with the skate park operator, which has worked well for us over the years. It was approximately $180,000. What we did is we decided that when we reopened, we would do it either with our own employees in a different way or security, or we would ask the skate park vendor to give us a revised plan. They did, and after review by our parks director, the decision was made to make this recommendation that their cost would be $90,000, and it would go forward, and that would be how we would handle the skate park. So that's a total of $1.3 million that we would be adding back into the budget, which then means then that at the bottom line of our reserves of 18.9 would be reduced to 17.7 if you want to go forward with those additions. And so that being said, Mayor and Council, what you're approving this evening would be all budgets, general fund, and other funds as well. You also will be approving the compensation list and positions for the whole city. And with regard to the positions in the city, as you know, we've reduced significantly almost 84 positions through a series of frozen positions and early leave, and we've had some layoffs as well. That being said, there are a couple minor changes I'm suggesting for the budget with regard to planning. We're asking that we remove from the freeze layoff one of the planning positions. We're still working with the bargaining unit on that reorganization. There's one position in the Parks Department, and looking at the effects of that layoff, we realized it would be better and more efficient for us to leave that in the budget. So those are already included in the budget figures that you see. One position that is not included, however, it's not in the general fund, it is in the airport fund. The airport marketing director, that position has been vacant for some time. We did a recruitment, and although we put that position on hold because of COVID, what we realized was that one of the things that's going to be critically important to our airport moving forward is getting air service back to development. And in talking to the stakeholders and with, obviously, Mayor, I would think you would want to comment on this also as a liaison for tourism. What we'd like to do is add this back into the airport budget. So that being said, it is not going to affect the general fund budget, but also I would note that with regard to the airport, there will be a bit of a reorganization in that department because the airport director has indicated that he will be leaving in mid-July. He's taking a different position. In essence, he's leaving service here, taking a new position in an airport, a different airport, so we will have some savings there as we do a reorganization. So those are the changes that I'm suggesting, and of course, our finance director, Ms. Pauley, is here, and Marcus, assistant city manager, who has worked very closely with all the department heads to get all these complicated numbers in order. So, Mayor, thank you.
Great. Thank you. And the next piece is questions, not comments on the budget. We'll do that after we hear from the public, but questions for staff. And I do want to thank staff for all of the amazing amount of work that went into this very difficult process. Councilmember Middleton and I are the liaisons, and the work that city manager, personnel director, our assistant city manager, our finance director and treasurer, and so many others, and every department head put in to try and maximize more limited resources to benefit our community and to become as efficient as we can. It's still going to result in reduced services, but I really am impressed with the effort that was made and by council in the many meetings we had and all the input from the public on their priorities that went into this process. And I look forward to more input tonight. So are there any questions for staff? I have a couple, but I will wait till if other members have any. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Hostich.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have a few questions for staff. First, we had talked a lot about keeping economic development and community development and some of those positions, since we had talked about making those investments so that we can have more revenue or keep our revenue for the future. So I saw a number of positions listed from economic development on the unfunded personnel list. So could you just go over where we landed and what currently is included for community and economic development?
Sure. There were several vacant positions, and that was a result of, as through the early leave particularly, there were some additional vacant positions there. We did a reorganization. We were looking at a deputy city manager position, also a housing position. However, the recruitments have not produced candidates that we wanted to move forward with at this time. If we do find particularly the deputy director, the deputy city manager's position, or the housing position, we would bring that forward to see where our budget was and if council wanted to move forward. But currently, right now, we're going forward with a complement that we have. But there's no question we may ultimately need to add additional bodies there.
Okay, Okay, thanks. And then also for recreation. So we got a lot of public comments in the last few sessions about the importance of preserving Parks and Rec and library. So could you just tell us and the public sort of where we landed on losing positions in Parks and Rec and the library and those types of resident services?
Sure, there was certainly cuts in those departments as part of the budget discussions over the last several meetings. One of the things that we were able to do, the bargaining unit, the general unit, which is now PEEPS, they're called, and they have come forward with maps to, in essence, defer for a year their cost of living agreements, cost of living increases for the year. And that produced savings that we were able to add back several individuals in Parks and Recreation and library particularly, and that allowed us to have lesser cuts in those areas. So we will be reopening when we're ready to reopen, the swim center, library, and community centers as not the complete and full hours they had before, but very close to that.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work and the creativity from the Parks and Rec director to preserve those services and make that happen. I just wanted to confirm, so it looks like for Measure J, there's a summary of the Measure J funds. So it looks like we're not funding the street repairs, the community projects through Measure J because we're reallocating that to the general fund, right?
Yes, that's correct. So we are forecasting only $6 million in Measure J revenue next year. If it comes in higher, great. That means we have additional revenue that we could program for projects. But at this point, 3.2 million of that is necessary for the debt service on the downtown project. And so we've identified 2.8 million of next year's Measure J money going towards next year's deficit. So that money will be transferred to the general fund. So unfortunately, no new money to be programmed for projects.
Okay, thanks. And then my last question, I know we started this process months ago, and we were sort of predicting what TOT revenue or tax revenue would look like for some of the months that have passed and then the summer. And so it sounds like what we're hearing from stakeholders is that TOT is actually up from some of the projections. We don't know if that will continue because the virus is getting much stronger here. But do we have any actuals, the actual numbers for May or June? I didn't see that in there.
Well, on that, Mayor Pro Tem Olstich, I would note that's part of the importance of looking at the budget on a monthly basis, and we will actually be agendizing it on the council agenda once a month so we can update you on exactly where we are in terms of revenues and expenditures. So for the last month, I don't know, ask the finance director, Ms. Pauley, if there's any update on last month's revenue. And you may not have that.
Sure, I do have.
Okay, thanks.
Let me go here and see. My computer's not working very good for me right now. Hang on one moment. So a lot of the revenues are always lagging a month behind. So as of today, we have, let's see, I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting this. We have collected $23.8 million. So we are down about 11 million that we projected during the original budget. But as I've heard that a lot of the hotels have had, a lot of them have sold out for the past week or two since they have opened. So I feel that the revenue is going to be coming in pretty strong unless we close again.
Right. So we'll know that at the next meeting where we have an update about the budget. We can get some projections about what the future months look like, because I think that would be helpful. The council is trying to decide how much have we shut down, what services do we still need because tourism is down. So getting some of those numbers about what is the existing tourism and, what resources do we need to address it, I think would be helpful, either, now or going forward at the next meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone have any other questions? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I just had another question related to the economic and community development. David, you said that there weren't applicants that you wanted to move forward with for those two positions. Will the city be actively recruiting for those positions during this time?
Yes, we will be. Although given where we are, we wanted to make sure that we were able to fit the right candidates for the city in those positions. We've got a recruiter on one of the positions, and we're continuing to look at candidates for two of the others.
Thank you. And the other question I had was related to Tiny Tots. I believe it's Tiny Tots, but correct me if I'm wrong, is the program that has a waiting list on it. And was wondering if someone from Parks and Rec could just speak to the waiting list numbers and give us a sense of what it would take to get everybody that's on the waiting list into the program.
Sure, I'd ask Ms. Alvarado Crawford to come to the microphone. Cynthia, our Parks and Rec Director.
So currently, because we don't know when we will be opening programming back up, we don't have an active waiting list just yet. But we do obviously have several students who would be returning. I just don't know what that exact number is. Our capacity moving forward at this point really is only 8 unless I can secure, no, let me take that back. Our capacity will only be 10 based off of the CDC guidelines on the number that we can host in a group. So I can give you an update on that sometime next week.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't know, I knew that there was a waiting list in the past, and I wasn't sure how many people were on that. Could you give me an estimate of what it was prior to this, and just so that I could have a sense of how many kids generally are waiting for it?
Correct. So normally we have about 3 or 4 kids on the waiting list for our program, and I'm not sure what the school district has on theirs.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Just while you're there, Cynthia, so is that Palm Springs residents, or is that include residents of other cities?
80% of them are Palm Springs residents.
And we give preference to Palm Springs residents, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Woods.
Let me make sure I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted.
You are.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. The first one's for our city manager, Dr. Reddy. On the last slide that you showed, it's $1,355,000. Are you asking us with these added items to take an additional $1,355,000 out of our existing reserves?
Yes, that's would be the request if we were going to go forward with these items.
Could you quickly, maybe along with the finance director, tell us what percentage then we have left in reserves?
Sure.
It could take a minute to do that. And while I wait, and maybe this next question is for Cynthia. It has to do with this, because these items on this third slide that you showed us, we do not have the money for. We have no revenue source to pay for these. We are paying for these, just so everyone out there in the audience knows, we are paying for these out of a savings account that we have dwindled substantially to basically 17%. So these added things that we're adding is another hit to us on money we do not have, and money that, according to our finance director, is not even coming in. We don't know what the end of the month will look like, but it's a concern to me as a fiscal conservative to be spending money we don't have at this point. So I'd like to know on the skate park, do we have an idea of how many people use that skate park to justify a $90,000 bill?
So they have about 23,000 visits a year. In comparison to some of our community centers, The swim center averages about 52,000 visits a year. James O'Jesse is about 27,000 visits a year. Demuth Community Center is about 36,000 visits a year. So they're pretty up there.
And I would note that.
Do you think that?
I would just say, Councilman, the alternative to that is we could just, there is a model where you just open the skate park and have it unattended. So that, in essence, that would be a zero cost. So that would be an alternative. This was just to have that level of monitoring there when the park is open. So the alternative would be just to have a model where it's just unsupervised and you could just have it open like a playground.
My reason for asking that question is it's a sum of money. It's a substantial sum of money. And I'm not sure if people are ready to go back and actually start doing sports, especially as the numbers are rising. And I just would like to say, if we do fund it, if it's the wish of the council to fund it, that we monitor if it's being used or not. And if we still need a monitor there or don't need a monitor there. I'm just concerned that these came to us last minute after the budget was printed for the public. As edited, I'm not sure exactly the manipulations to get us to this third slide that got us, but I'm concerned that the public did not have a full chance to review this and give us input. And it's coming to us the last minute, which bothers me. Thank you. Oh, and the last thing I'd like to ask is, in the new budget, what is up with the downtown park?
So, Councilmember, I certainly understand coming to the last moment. These are, as you can appreciate, there is a lot of moving parts in the budget. And when we sought to remove the large amount, that $10 million in non-personnel, what we realized was a couple of these were not in there. Now again, we could go back to the animal shelter where we do the full 300,000 cut. So we could modify these, but I wanted to at least present them this evening in the event that council wanted to fund them. With regard to the downtown park in the new budget, as we had mentioned at the previous meeting, and it still holds true that the park currently is fully funded. And I would just ask Assistant City Manager to confirm that, please.
Yes, that's correct. The park's fully funded and the construction's continuing.
Thank you. And then did we get the percentage of our reserves if we were to fund these that's left? Or what percentage we're at?
Yes, so our percentage, which is currently 17.8%, if we go forward with this list. Now, again, in the large item is the police body cameras, which is about $850,000. So that's what's making the number larger, but it would go from 17.8% to a reserve of 16.53.
And for the iHub, how did the iHub come out as being brought up again as wanting more money than we were giving them?
Well, as it turned out, it was reduced to zero. So they would have been completely, as of the iHub and CVEP, they would have had a zero budget from the city. And so the iHub would have likely continued to exist, and CVEP would have been greatly reduced. So that was part of the discussion if we wanted to fund them partially to see if there were other alternatives. So that's why it was back here now. It's just half of what their annual funding is.
And how did that come back? That's what my concern is we had a budget, we had a discussion. They were funded at zero. How was the process that we now have it coming back to us?
Yeah, I believe
was it a request of a council member?
Well, I believe we did discuss it at a prior meeting, as I recall, because when we realized that it went down to zero, the question was, as economic development was an important part of getting our economy back, did we want that to go to zero? So that's why it's here for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Great. Any other questions? I do have a couple, and just so folks know, this is new mostly to the budget liaisons as well. And when we get into our deliberation on this, I will have some comments on process on this because I do think it's important that the public has a chance to weigh in. And one of the questions for staff is, was there any looking at other potential cuts to offset these potential expenditures, or what other potential expenditures might be coming, such as the economic development positions that we might need to fund? Because budgets are priorities. And if we're now not doing it, looking at it in a much more global way, we just can't, spend and not think about what the reductions may be. Because remember, this budget is based on our best estimate between the hopeful budget and the pessimistic budget. So if you look at other potential cuts before that might offset any of these expenses?
So Mayor, at this point, there's not other places that we could reduce. The only feasible thing would be to reduce additional positions. It was my impression that's not what council wanted to do at this point. So again, these are just merely suggestions that if we don't want to fund these, they will cease. And that could be fine too, but we just wanted to alert you that if we were going to go forward, like, so for example, the skate park, we could just have it unattended. That created some problems in the past, but that may be a model that works now given our budget situation.
No. Okay. Well, let's just, on that one for a minute, a question, because I don't know if it was in our budget liaison meetings or in a council meeting. There have been a lot of these meetings that blur a little bit. But one option was having sort of Park and Rec Teen Center staff work out of the skate park so they could do both. That was, I thought, one of the proposals, to be able to do this without adding extra costs. Did that not work out?
That was true. However, the skate park under that model would be closed on the weekends. Don't think that was an outcome council would wanted, unless for the weekends we would have had to have hired security guards at a cost of $95,000. And the security guards obviously would be a different kind of monitoring than the contract employee that actually runs the skate park and has programs. So that's why we thought this would be a better alternative if in fact we were going to continue on with the monitoring model.
Okay. No, that's the kind of information I think that's really helpful as we try and make decisions. Another question I had is on parking. We have an excess of parking, especially downtown, with the garage. So can you share what the modified parking plan would be?
So,
this is first I'm hearing.
Sure. So what we're looking to do, obviously, for going back and forth over more and less parking enforcement, the downtown merchants particularly had felt that parking enforcement was important. So what this does is probably we would be reduced to lesser hours than we had in the past. So it would be reduced enforcement, but it would probably be at hours that would be more the heightened of whatever hours of the day that is where most people are downtown, and the side areas would have less coverage. And that was in an effort to save dollars.
Okay. At least what I heard in the last Main Street meeting was they thought there should be less enforcement and less restricted hours until things return back to normal. But we'll discuss that more later.
Yeah, and this envisions...
my next question is on the animal. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that this envisions that we would not be starting up the parking contract again probably for a few months, and that's part of why we'd be able to do it at a lesser cost.
Got it. Okay. And then on the animal shelter, so the letter from the animal shelter, when the initial staff proposal was cutting $300,000, was it they felt comfortable with $150,000 in cuts, and they would take on about $93,000 through staff and volunteers doing various maintenance and landscaping, which brought them to about $250,000 in savings. And that's changed to $175,000, I think is what you're recommending, or you want to give them $175,000 more?
I'll let Marcus Fuller, as we drilled down on the numbers with them, their proposal wasn't exactly be able to produce that kind of savings. So Marcus, could you explain that?
Sure. I actually had a conference call this morning with the shelter, and they had requested that we continue to provide the janitorial, because as they looked into doing it themselves, they realized that the cost was going to be exorbitantly more than what we're paying, because ours is part of a larger contract. And so in doing an exchange, I suggested an increased cut to their fee of what was proposed at $150 to $175, so they would be getting $175,000 less payment, and then they would be responsible for landscape maintenance and other costs that would matriculate with internal savings and reduced personnel costs for providing those services to the shelter. So essentially what we'd shown as a $300,000 cut would now be a $175,000 cut, meaning we got to add back in $125,000 budget for that for the animal shelter.
We can add it back in. And the last point I just want to make, which I know we've discussed before, but didn't get corrected on this, is we had approved a budget with $22 million in the CalPERS reserve, which is 4/5, and we're now going down below that. So we've really, the number should reflect, we've used all of our general fund reserve, and we've used about $4 million, and this might be $5.5 million of CalPERS funds. So what's left is a 4/5 vote. Hopefully we, can all reach consensus on these, but we've already used all of the general fund reserves. So, because we had already voted a $22 million in the CalPERS reserve. And that's not reflected in the sheet again. Mayor Pro Tem Hilstich.
I just had a follow-up question, if I can, on the mayor's point and Councilmember Wood. So for the additional 1.5 or so million, and I appreciate the point of if we are planning, and it sounds like council, or at least we discussed, if not gives direction about investing in economic development and sort of what are the upcoming over the next year investments or things that we want to add in. So I would just ask staff sort of, I think I heard you say, but where can that come from? And maybe if you don't have a recommendation, we're asking you questions right now. During public comment, you can kind of work on that so that we can have that conversation of where that money would come from in this current budget, not only for the 1.5 million additional, but also, everything else that might be coming forward that we want to invest in, including, our services and economic development.
Sure, I can answer that question. And part of the reason those positions weren't in here was because we don't know what the revenues are going to be. And so if the revenues are significantly lagging, likely they would never even come forth. If they are, then and they were good enough candidates to do the jobs we needed, then council may want to stretch and hire them. So that's was going to sort of a wait and see, because there is no other funding source other than if we get the revenues in that we had anticipated. Now, with regard to these, it's easy to go to a skate park model where you don't have any sort of supervision, and again, the animal shelter, et cetera, make them have that 300,000 savings, and actually to have no parking enforcement would be an interesting thing for a tourism town, and maybe a good thing, actually. But those had traditionally been things that were important, so that's why we just wanted to alert you that if we were going to go forward with them, these would be the additional costs. But again, there is no funding source other than fund balance at this point, backstopped by the revenues if they come in on target or more. But my sense is if those revenues aren't coming in, we will be revisiting this on a regular basis, and then we are going to always, under any circumstance, if we're not meeting our target, then we're going to have to make those revisions mid-year every month if we have to make sure when we get to the end of this fiscal year, a year from now, that we're not taking another penny from fund balance. So that is sort of the idea of the rolling budget.
Thank you. And I think I heard you say, so if council is unwilling to take more from reserves or there isn't 4/5 vote on that, where could some of those additional monies come from? I heard you say that the only other place it would come from would be personnel.
Right. At this point, that would be my recommendation, unless Finance Director has, or Marcus, another idea. I mean, we've cut pretty much every non-personnel item. And again, as you see it even reflected here, we've probably gone too far in some areas, and we were a little overzealous. And then as we're going back through, we realize, well, maybe we do need certain things. Like, so for example, when we were having the discussion with economic development and the software package they had to be able to look at real estate prices and real estate parcels, that was gone too. So there's a couple of those things that we thought would be important to council. So we wanted to at least alert you to potentially if we want to add them back.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Reddy, you were starting to touch on the questions that I have. Could you describe for us how you foresee the rolling budget process working? I understand you're going to be reporting on a monthly basis to us as to how we are doing in comparison to what was expected in revenue and in expenses. But describe the process for making decisions on a monthly basis that we need to have additional cuts, or if revenues actually turn in the other direction, that we would be able to restore to reserve or restore to some cuts that we have made.
So, Councilmember, I would say this being my 34th budget approximately, it is, I've never seen anything like this. So there's certainly never going to be a perfect process, and there's things, a lot of moving parts, and making these cuts and changes in a matter of weeks in a month or two has been problematic. The concept of the rolling budget, and this is where we have to draw the line. Keep in mind, we've spent almost $40 million, $40 million, $30 million of your fund balance in the last 15 months. That's unsustainable. There's no question about it. This is a emergency that we've never seen before. So you can't continue to sustain that kind of deficit. The rolling budget, again, the line in the sand is if we feel that month to month, if we are not going to meet our projections, then there will be additional cuts in personnel, additional cuts in non-personnel, and at the end of this 12-month period, again, not taking another penny from the fund reserve. So that's the idea, and that's certainly going to take some discipline. Maybe we'll be lucky and revenues will be higher, but the monitoring has to be very, very disciplined, in my opinion.
I would agree.
Any other questions? Councilmember Garner.
City Attorney Jeff Ballinger, can you just clarify for us what we need a 4/5 vote for and what we just need a majority vote for?
It's my understanding that it would be required for expenditures outside of the limit of the CalPERS reserve funds.
That's what would require the 4/5.
Correct.
But if we did not cross that line, then just to pass the budget would be a majority.
As long as we didn't go below the floor for the CalPERS reserve fund, correct?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
So just to follow up on that, because I think it's this important thing, hopefully not, but it may be. So just ahead of time, what we approved in the 2-year budget was $22 million in the CalPERS reserve funds. So the budget as presented, even before these additionals, would still take a 4/5 vote. Is that was my understanding, but I want to confirm that so we understand that.
That's my understanding, yes.
We had approved 22 million. Yeah, okay.
Was that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Councilmember Middleton.
No, that was my question.
Oh, yeah, okay. I just want to make sure we understood, right? It was an important thing. Yeah. So, okay. Councilmember Garner.
Sorry, just one more thing to make it very clear. So what is being proposed right now for our CalPERS reserve fund? What's on the table at the moment from staff?
The CalPERS reserve right now is 16, for 2021 is 16.25.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm confused there for our finance director.
Yeah,
In order to get, isn't it really whatever's left is CalPERS reserve? Because we have 22 million budgeted and we're going below it in any of the scenarios you've presented. So how is that not all our general fund reserve has to be, right? I'm just confused now, sorry.
I'll give you, hold on just a moment here. So if you look at page 78, if you look at page 78 of the staff report, the revised budgets now, as I read this, now Nancy, please correct me if I'm wrong, on that right column in the budget, so there's 2.7 left of the unrestricted and the CalPERS satisfied of 16.2, which makes the 18.9. So unless I might be missing something.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, you could do the math that way if you want, but the reality is to pass this budget in any form is still a 4/5 vote because we had 22 million in the CalPERS reserve. So to go below 22 million means we're using CalPERS reserve funds. So anything below that is a 4/5 vote, as the city attorney just said.
Yeah.
So I don't know why we're showing it differently than that on this chart, which I've raised before, I know.
I have a question on that. The budget for fiscal year 1920 was $16,250,000 for the CalPERS reserve. The adopted budget for 2021 was the 22.
Correct.
That meant that we expected to be able to increase the reserve over the course of 2021 by an additional $6 million. We're not actually reducing what the CalPERS reserve was over what we finish 1920. We're simply not adding the additional $6 million.
Well, that was an adopted budget, just like the, wait, let me finish. The 2019-2020 budget, the 2-year budget was adopted. So to use money from it and make changes, which is what we're voting on, below the 22 million is going to take a 4/5 vote. Because it was adopted. It wasn't, we hope we put 22 million away. We actually voted unanimously on a budget that was adopted. We're changing both budgets because of reductions, and we can vote to change anything we want, right? But I think as the attorney said, it requires 4/5.
And I'm not disputing
the
facts with you. I'm asking the question of the city attorney. Since we are not actually reducing the CalPERS budget, we are reducing what we expect, what we adopted as a budget. Does that still trigger the 4/5 requirement? And I'm not the attorney, so I don't know.
Yeah.
In answer to the question, I'm going to get a hold of the exact language of it. Perhaps the council could continue with asking questions and then take public comment, and I'll be able to provide a more detailed answer after that.
All right, thank you. I think we want to make sure we get this right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Anything else? Okay, are we ready? We'll open the public hearing. So I'd like to officially open the public hearing. The public will get to speak on this for up to 2 minutes each, as we are the applicant. There's no applicant to speak. So with that, City Clerk will be calling people. If you are public comment when you get called, please lower the volume of the meeting, because otherwise there's feedback, and then that delays our ability to hear you. So thank you, City Clerk. Please start the calls.
Hello. Hello, Edwin Ramora. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, good evening, Honorable City Council staff. My name is Edwin Ramora, a resident of the Veteran Impact neighborhood in Palm Springs. I'm 48 years old and born and raised here in Palm Springs. I should disclose here that I am a commissioner for our city's Human Rights Commission, and I also serve on the city's Census Committee. I'm so excited for our forthcoming Census Action Week. I encourage everyone to get involved and get counted to help secure funds and resources for our communities. We need the support more than ever. I come today to address items 2A and 2B regarding the city budget and CDBG COVID virus related funding. As a product of Palm Springs' public education and community centers and city programs, I'm always proud to say that I, like so many of my dear friends and family, came back home to keep building and uplifting community, especially for our overlooked queer, Black, Indigenous, people of color communities. The city of Palm Springs invested in our upbringing and development. Tonight, I am making public comments as a member of Bayanihan Desert, which is focused on Filipino community engagement and civic duty, founded during the city's redistricting process last year. In the spirit of Bayanihan and our communal unity and cooperation, in solidarity with our Black siblings and the Black Lives Matter movement, and in alignment with our friends and colleagues of the Inland Equity Partnership, I support the budget allocations which lift up our community, recognize and reward our city's diversity, and reinforce the need to invest in overlooked, underrepresented, underfunded communities. Please consider the letter from Maribel Nunez and the recommendations there, which especially look at the needs for social services and mental health services. For next year's budget, we will be advocating for the city to start a process called priority-based budgeting, which ensures that our budget matches our community's goals. You know what? The city of Riverside's doing it already. We might as well be able to do it too. Budgets are moral documents. I want to support these budget recommendations with the following statements. And for you to...
Sorry, Edwin, your time is over.
I'll be back later. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello,
Michelle Castillo. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, good evening, City Council. My name is Michelle Castillo. I'm speaking on items 2A and also intersecting the 2B. I feel this budget is overfunding the police and underfunding our marginalized communities and much needed resources like access to adequate housing, food, medicine, mental health services, and updating our current community centers, and fully funding community programs in our Black and brown neighborhoods. Our budget needs to reflect our city's values of cultivating diversity and inclusion. It's been past time to reallocate our public dollars to create better accessibility for all. We do not live in a post-racial society, and we need to take a hard look at the systems of oppression that have been upheld across the Coachella Valley and in the city of Palm Springs. In our current moment of being in a global pandemic and civil rights uprising, we need to hold everyone accountable in helping establish sustainable futures for our Black and POC communities for us to truly move forward. And moving forward, let's begin looking at priority-based budgeting, like Riverside City Council is doing, where they are allocating their dollars to best serve the community's needs. Priority-based budgeting ensures that our budget matches our community's goals. The city of Riverside has already begun to put this in place. I feel Palm Springs can do so too. Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. Do not look away. Do not be complicit. allocate our dollars, and let's reflect the times. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Hello.
Hello, Matt Zarebny. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Hello. I'm Matt Zarebny, the amazing, beautiful Palm Springs police officer Leslie Zarebny, who was ambushed and murdered 4 months after she returned from maternity leave as my daughter. Our family continues to wake up in the middle of the most unfathomable, excruciating nightmare every day. There are no words to describe as a father, to tell you how crushing and devastating it is to have Leslie ripped out of our hands and arms, never to be seen again in this lifetime. I have 3 children that were all law enforcement officers in the county of Riverside. There's not a finer group of men and women, law enforcement officers in our country than the men and women of the Palm Springs Police Department and Riverside Sheriff's Department. Chief Brian Reyes and Sheriff Chad Bianco are men of extreme integrity and compassion. These are officers who are asked to do the impossible task of keeping us all safe in an unthankful and ungrateful time. I think it would be an incredible mistake to take any resources away from them. Our officers need every advantage in this day and age to keep us all safe. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I'm asking you, please, our good law enforcement officers who are willing to sacrifice their lives and families' well-being to keep you all safe, need your support now more than any other time. I would ask you all to share their level of commitment to keep them safe and have the resources that they need. The Bible says there's no greater love than to lay down your life for a friend. What does that tell us about our law enforcement officers that are willing to lay down their life for a stranger, like our Leslie did? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Yes, Juanita Gardner. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. I would like to ask the council to cut the police department budget by 30%. The police department's budget has been shamelessly bloated for years. City council has been giving them a blank check. And now we are hearing from the Police Officers Association, and the more I hear from them, it seems the Police Officers Association run our police department, and Chief Reyes answers to them and not the residents of Palm Springs. The Police Officers Association and our police department can't even admit racism exists in their organizations. How are they going to fix a problem they say doesn't exist? People of color in our community have been telling us about racism, discrimination, humiliation, and disrespect inflicted upon them by Palm Springs police officers for years. We need to have real and lasting change. We need to use that 30% cut from the police to start funding programs that actually help and support the people of Palm Springs. The people of Palm Springs deserve an independent review of the police department and its policies. And these policies must be changed to ensure equality for everyone in our city. Palm Springs must continue to employ officers only if they are willing to make the necessary changes and serve our residents with honor. We cannot continue to overfund a police department that cares more about their union bosses than the people they have sworn to protect and serve. And please get rid of that offensive armored vehicle whose only purpose is to terrorize and intimidate our community. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you, Juanita, and we'll disconnect.
Hello?
Hello, Juan Espinoza. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Thank you for calling me tonight, and thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I want to echo what someone previously was talking about, Juanita Gertner, and just say that in the midst of this crisis, in the midst of all that's happening, and at the point of inflection in which the country is, it would be a shame if we didn't reduce the police budget and put the money where it should have been in the first place, which is education, healthcare, arts programs. All of the money should be more so directed to communities of color and communities that have been stripped of that money. I think we need to have a broader conversation about racism in Palm Springs and who's acknowledged. I think the council should read We Were Here Too, which is a book about the Mexican families that helped found Palm Springs. And if you go downtown, there's no recognition of the Mexican families that helped found Palm Springs. And Mexican immigrants like my family and Mexican Americans like myself who grew up in Palm Springs and faced discrimination have never had that recognition. And the Black community similarly was displaced from downtown and has experienced discrimination in further ways. And so there's no real reckoning by the city, and the recent attempts have been minimal. I think at its bare minimum, fighting racism isn't an extreme posture. It's actually just the bare minimum. And the city should be able to reallocate funds in a way that is helpful to those communities. If you look at the budget, I was looking at the budget which was proposed last night, you're cutting $1.5 million from the Economic Development Agency at a time when that's what we're probably most going to need amidst this crisis. And the police department has over $30 million in a budget at this time, really? It's just insane. I think like there's so much that can be done. There's so many models across the country that can be followed for better ways in which we can reimagine public safety. And I don't think public safety should mean violence. Public safety should mean education, should mean art, should mean healthcare. Public safety at this point in time and during COVID means healthcare. And if we don't focus in that direction, I think it's a shame.
Mr. Espinoza, that's your time, and we'll disconnect now.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Mike Casavan. This is the Palm
Yes.
Springs City Council meeting, and you're live with the City Council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Casavan. I'm a police sergeant and the vice president of the Palm Springs Police Officers Association. I ask why now? Why haven't these defunding discussions happened months or years ago? Is it because there was not a problem then? 2 months ago, public safety was viewed in a very positive way. Now we are shamed and vilified to the point where officers old and new are questioning their profession. Police officers are mission-driven individuals who have a passion for doing a job that most can't and won't. It's hard to put into words unless you've worn a uniform in service of your country in one way or another. It's an honor to serve the community. It is that same honor that removes the hesitation for an officer to run towards gunfire, into a burning building, or drive the tactical vehicle normally used for SWAT operations into a flood and rescue a mother and her young son. Then minutes later, watching their vehicle get washed away. That SWAT vehicle alone saved 2 lives that day. If you don't believe me, ask former Mayor Moon. He happened to be in the passenger seat. That's a long story. That same SWAT vehicle was used during an operation to shield our officers who were being shot at by an armed individual. No officers were hurt that day. It is a safety net, not only for our officers, but for the public who might need help one day. Now I ask the community, will you settle for less? With the amount of taxes you pay, why would you accept anything less than a highly trained officer serving our community? Remember, our officers are also a part of the community. We want to hear your voice and point of view, but also remember our community should also hear our voice and our point of view. Conversations are two-way, not a political-driven monologue. Police officers wear multiple hats. For years, we have been partnering with county and private social services. We look forward to keeping those relationships. Palm Springs PD has continued to provide professional service even in these challenging times. We have 14 officers out of service as a result of COVID. Our working officers have stepped up to fill those gaps and provide exceptional service. Thank you very much, and I know you guys have a hard job. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
This is Mark. I'm away from the phone. Please.
Hello?
Hello, Javier Carrillo. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Javier Carrillo, and I am a police officer of the Palm Springs Police Department. I have proudly served the city of Palm Springs for 2 years. I am making this call to urge you not to reduce the police budget. I believe we can all agree that times are evolving and evolving quickly. Now more than ever, we have to keep our police trained and up to a high standard. The police not only arrest criminals, but assist people with mental health issues, physical disabilities, people who are homeless, citizens going through a rough time in a relationship, and help victims of sexual assault. Just to name a few. We need the police to be well funded to continue to provide the excellent service they have shown. Defunding the police will be detrimental for the community, especially now during COVID-19. Palm Springs police has lost over 10 officers due to COVID-19. Both officers are recovering and away from their families just to get better and get back to serving you. Please give them the tools to continue protecting the residents of Palm Springs and all who visit. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thank you.
Steve Moses.
Steve Moses, you have 2 minutes to provide your comments to the City Council, and if you're watching live, please reduce the volume.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor and City Council, this is Steve Moses. First of all, I want to congratulate you on what I think is an amazing job on the budget. But I've heard numerous requests that Palm Springs not dispose of the land parcels obtained from Grit Development. They were based on various claims of the priority of preservation. Claims of preservation do not stand scrutiny. Had Grit retained ownership, there would have been no goal of preservation. These 3 parcels were obtained by the city in lieu of cash and as part of the settlement of the city's claims against Grit. There was no goal of preservation. They were monetized as part of the cash settlement. We need the cash. If there were not pandemically caused deficit and the Grit settlement had not occurred, you probably would not have used city funds to buy those parcels. The pandemically caused deficit did occur. Would you now want to buy those parcels for cash? That's what not selling them does. Sell them. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. Hello, Sammy Flores. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for calling. So I just wanted to call today to demand that we reallocate funds from the police towards mental health services, other social services, and that we decriminalize poverty. So about a week ago, I heard Chief Reyes on TV with Peter Daut say that racism doesn't exist in the police department here. And I think what he's misunderstanding is that racism is institutional. It's not just interpersonal. So police officers, of course, can be nice, but it's the institution that itself will always be racist. Police derive from slave patrols. So criminalizing one black person that you see today that's in poverty is the same as a white man from the slave patrols criminalizing a black man in 1865 for just walking in the South. And also, I think
I've also spoken to a lieutenant from the Palm Springs Police Department who says that not all cops are bad. And so this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's institutional. So we need to understand that we live in a country that thrives off the unpaid labor of black folk, yet we still tell them that we live in a meritocracy. What we need to understand is that for 400 years, we've used institutions such as police to maintain the poverty of black folks, and this is all racialized. I think one of the sergeants was just talking right now saying that they used to be praised about a couple months ago. That's not true. People have been saying that the police as an institution needs to go for many years. There's talks of defunding the police, and while that sounds scary, it actually means to reallocate funds from police when they're not needed in situations towards things like mental health. A resident of Riverside, Matthew Tucker, could have benefited from that. He called the police because he was having a mental health breakdown, and the police killed him instead of helping him. So this is what I mean. We need to rethink public safety, and what this means is that we need to stop criminalizing the poor, and we need to start providing preventative measures that prevent crime.
Mr.
So,
Flores?
Of course, like I said,
Mr. Flores,
Yes.
your time is over, and we'll need to disconnect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Eric Lemus.
Hello, Eric Lemus. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, thank you. My name is Eric Lemus. I am with Inland Equity Partnership. Calling in solidarity to our partners, Nihan Todek, United Domestic Workers, and our couple of residents that have called in. Essentially, we just want to continue to thank the City of Palm Springs for just taking the very bold action and keeping the priorities of the community highlighted. I see that when going over the budget, you have highlighted some very great points of the organizations that you guys choose to help with rental assistance. So we commend you for that. Essentially, our communities are still left in wondering with the CBDG funding, with the city budget funding, and then with the homeless $10 million funding that the city would put this funding to the people of the hands. Riverside, the city of Riverside, as mentioned, has started a program, community-based prioritization, really reflecting the goals of the community, right? So this is really just not an opportunity to talk about it here, but to continue this type of budget advocacy for years to come. With rental assistance, right, with youth programs, and with PPE at churches were some of the priorities that our partners were telling us. So please, Council, we ask you to make these changes into our communities. And one thing with just speaking about the officers, this is not really about defunding police. This is really just to realign our values. We love the police department and what they stand for as a public safety measure to community. However, within this past year, we do understand that there are some iniquities within funding prioritization for both police. So we just ask that you revisit those and really reflect the goals of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Patricia, Celia, this is the Palm Springs City Council meeting, and you're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, yes. My name is Patricia Patzner Soleil Swaim, and I grew up in Palm Springs. My family moved here in 1946. I'm calling you because there was a front page article in the Desert Sun today about a petition to remove the statue of Frank Bogart in front of Civic Center and City Hall.
I'm sorry, Patricia. This is a budget hearing. If you want to speak about the Frank Bogart statue, that will be later in the evening, and it will probably be very late in the evening.
That's okay. I thought that maybe this is the moment because they called me about it, but that's fine. I can talk later, too.
Yes, I'll give you a call later. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Brooks.
Hi, Mr. Brooks. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. My full name is John Brooks Thomas, and I was shocked to learn today that the Palm Springs Police Department is requesting a budget increase. I have never understood why this city has a tank and yet still offers very few services to the people without homes who live on the streets in Palm Springs. I think that a progressive small city with a majority LGBTQ city council should be leading the way in defunding the bloated budgets of the police and putting money back into the community to actually help the people who live here and continue to make Palm Springs a place where people want to visit. Defunding the police does not mean getting rid of the police. It means spending that money in places where policing is not necessary, helping the community, prove that the city is people, and start funding the community that lives and works here. The militarization of the U.S. police is a feature of our country's horrible problem with white supremacy and racism. And I think Palm Springs needs to look at that history that they have themselves and start doing better. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Peter Anderson. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
I get 2 minutes. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I'm calling about the Frank Bogert statue.
I'm sorry, sir. That's going to actually be later in the meeting. That's not on the agenda. This is for the budget. So I will give you a call back later.
All right, swell. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hello, Isabel Aaliyah. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting, and you're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much. So my name is Isabel, and I would like to speak today on behalf of the Sunrise SoCal Desert, which is in a local organization in the Coachella Valley and the High Desert area. In regards to items 2A and 2B, we're demanding the divestment of funds in the city's budget from the police department to be reallocated to measures that actively invest in our community, especially Black and other minority communities here in Palm Springs. A few of our members, myself included, have been raised here and or have worked for the city, and so we can't stand by as harmful and systematically racist institutions continue to profit while our communities fall apart. It's absurd to have a budget that overwhelmingly funds the police over allocations to services like community development, housing, public works, etc. Disgracefully, these programs make up a small amount of the budget. In Palm Springs, people are still homeless, unemployed, and face food security during this COVID-19 pandemic. For example, only $530,000 is spent on homelessness per year, according to the Observe City budget. This is just 2.7% of the annual budget, while 33% of that budget is spent on police. This is a disgraceful act against our most vulnerable communities. We're in a global pandemic that continues to escalate and claim the lives of our most vulnerable residents, disproportionately affecting members of the Black and other POC communities. Every day that passes without access to adequate resources, their quality of life worsens. You are making the conscious choice not to grant them enough protection and instead protect an institution that claims too much power and refuses to acknowledge their role in an institutionalized racism. Meaningfully defunding the police and restructuring the budget for the following cycle is absolute necessity now more than ever. And thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Isabel, do you want to be called back for item 2B?
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll disconnect.
Hello.
Hello, Brendan Steinle. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Brendan Steidel, and I would like to speak on agenda item 2A. Palm Springs spends 92% more on policing than the U.S. average for cities. This is a simple calculation. Divide the budget by the number of residents. But some people argue that the Palm Springs Police Department needs a bigger budget because of our tourists and snowbirds during season. This is simply not true. Some say our population doubles, others say it triples during season, but in fact, during a busy season, accounting for snowbirds, short-term rentals, and hotel guests, the number of people staying in Palm Springs increases by about 51%. People in Palm Springs, with more people in Palm Springs during a busy season, you might assume Palm Springs should spend more on policing. But the season only lasts for a little more than half the year. Data shows that snowbirds and vacationers commit less crime than long-term residents, and there's little evidence that other tourist-heavy cities inflate their police budgets. One measure of the need for police is the number of calls for service to the police. Our police department receives about 60,000 calls for service every year. That's an average of 1.2 calls per permanent resident. Big cities have far fewer calls per resident, but smaller cities have more calls. Take the city of Northampton, Massachusetts, for example, with a population close to ours in size. Their police force reported a call volume of 1.3 calls per resident. This is higher than Palm Springs. But high calls do not require a more expensive police force or a bigger police force. Northampton's police department answers 8% more call volume per resident than Palm Springs. They do this with a police force that is smaller per resident and a budget that is 71% less per resident than Palm Springs. I ask the council keep this in mind when determining why the Palm Springs police needs to have a budget that's almost twice the U.S. national average. Palm Springs seasonal fluctuations are not as high as communities as commonly believed. They do not translate to more call volume than cities of comparable size, and our current call volume can be managed with fewer police employees and a significantly lower budget. Other cities do it. Palm Springs can too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Belinda Anderson. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council.
Yes.
And you have 2 minutes to provide your comments, provided that they're related to the budget.
Okay, they are not. I was calling regarding the Frank Bogart statue.
Okay. We will give you a call back later this evening.
How late do you know?
It will probably be after 10:30 or 11.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, this is Naomi.
Hey, Naomi Soto. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Naomi Soto. My public comment is also in regard to agenda item 2A. The Palm Springs budget reflects our values as a city. The proposed budget for the police department is almost a third of our entire budget. it amounts to approximately $734 per resident. That's 33% more than the state average and almost twice the national average. Sometimes I hear people say we spend more because we have big swings in population during the season. But if we look at other tourist-heavy destinations, we still spend more. Look at Colorado Springs, a city with a heavy ski season. Colorado Springs has 22.7 police personnel per 10,000 residents. Palm Springs has 29.4 personnel for the same number of residents. These are just a couple of measures, but if you look at police administration, total compensation, wages and benefits, even ammunition, the amount we spend on police has been going up exponentially the last 5 to 10 years. This is not necessary. We can still be a safe city with a leaner police budget. Let's reimagine what policing could look like in Palm Springs. Let's reimagine how and where to invest in our cities. The Palm Springs police budget should, 1, at minimum, match the state average on police investment, and 2, add a 10% maximum buffer to the budget to account for these seasonal influxes in population. If we were to do those two things alone, we could save $9.6 million. Money could be redirected to youth programming, Parks and Rec, and other family-friendly initiatives. This is the smart thing to do economically. It's the moral thing to do, given the state of race relations in the country and in Palm Springs. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Soto, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Sean Brown. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. You're live with council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Black Lives Matter. Good evening, City Council. This year, Palm Springs City budget spent 92% more on policing than the United States average, 39% more on policing than the California state average, and on 42% more police personnel than comparable cities. It's time for those numbers to stop being excessively inflated over the averages. The proposed 2020 budget of $35.6 million for Palm Springs policing brings the average up to $734 per resident, more than twice the United States national average. A 27% cut would bring the city a little closer with state and national averages. The Palm Springs Police Department budget should, at very least, fall in line with California average, which, please understand, is already 38% higher than the national average, and we are a part of the problem. Even with a proposed 27% decrease in the Palm Springs police budget, the city still spends 10% more on police than the California average and employs 10% more personnel than cities of similar size. I only know this 27% cut is possible because you so easily cut 20% of the school district budget last year. Personally, I'd see to the abolition of the entire corrupted racist system, but one step at a time, right? And with these proposed cuts, Palm Springs would still have more police than most cities inside in California and would save over $9.6 million a year. If you haven't opened your eyes in the past few years, our homeless population needs much more expansive housing options, not policing. You need to prioritize funding for social services, mental health, and behavioral health, as well as demilitarize our police. I have lived in Palm Springs for 27 years and am embarrassed of how the city I've grown up is grossly distributing its funds. Black Lives Matter, defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Hello.
Hello, Dieter Crawford. You're live with the City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, council staff. My name is Dieter Crawford, and I want to speak a little bit about the budget. So I'm Vice President of the Desert Highland Gateway Estates Community Action Association, and I also work as a clinical community health worker with Desert Clinic Pain Institute. My background is in community health and public health. So I deal with most of my patients that I deal with. They suffer from comorbidities, so substance abuse, mental health, homelessness, and are formerly incarcerated. And I just want to say that I support the police reform and defunding of the police. But I'd also like to see the police have body cameras for all officers. I'd like to see the city allow media access to the Eastern Riverside County Interoperable Communication Authority, which is ERICA, and the encrypted police radio channels. I'd also like to see unconscious or implicit bias training for all staff, not just police. And I'd also like to see the city hire and promote more African Americans. I support a more proactive approach to combat racism with equity in mind. Equity is very different than equality. I'd like to see us invest in social programs, so recreation, housing, education, physical and mental health programs. I'd like to see incentives to Black businesses and nonprofits, and nonprofits that support the Black community. I'd also like to see the city award contracts to Black businesses and prioritize them and create workforce and vocational programs. Once again, my name is Dieter Crawford. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford.
Hello.
Hello, Brittany Gunkel. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, thank you. On May 21, I respectfully requested you not cut budgets for our public safety, and I am again making the same request. I would like to point out that previously, no one expressed concerns over our police officers' potential misuse of their badge to provide a reason to cut into public safety budgets. Not one mention of how our officers have a quote-unquote history of discriminatory policies. It was not until after the death of George Floyd and the uprising of a defund the police movement have you changed the tone. I refuse to stand by while you group our police officers who sacrifice everything in with the people that abuse their badge and in order to facilitate your agenda to cut into the public safety budget. I urge you to stop following blindly and maybe consider looking at the training our officers go through and be part of the solution instead of the problem. I was born and raised in Palm Springs. I was part of the PSPD Police Explorer program in high school and was taught on an obviously very minimal scale some of the policies and procedures instilled within the department. I have not ever seen a history others seem to believe exists here just because of what's happening in other parts of the world. Almost 4 years ago, our community suffered a huge loss when we lost Officer Zarebny and Officer Gil Vega. The day of the memorial, I saw an outpouring from our community of all races, sexual orientation, and gender lining the streets, showing their support for our police department and community. These anti-police beliefs and an all cops are bad position were non-existent in our community then. They were non-existent a month ago when we as a community were discussing budget cuts and are non-existent now. To dismantle the Palm Springs Police Department, a department that has an outstanding record of protecting and serving our community, is going to solve nothing and only create an even larger problem for our city. The Palm Springs PD, like many great departments, should be setting the standard and should not be punished. Blue lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Christina Gunkel. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Awesome. Thank you. Good evening, members of the City Council. Our police department is outstanding and should be the standard other agencies try to recreate. Not a department defunded by the city it has vowed to protect. I know we as a city have spoken up about funding public safety multiple times, and we as a community are frustrated that the council is trying to push an agenda and punish our department because of something they had zero control over. They do outstanding work in our community, even after two of their own made the ultimate sacrifice. Each of them gets up in the morning, leaves their families knowing that they could share the same fate, but they put on that badge with honor and pride to protect and serve Palm Springs, my community and your community. Palm Springs is doing something right and should be rewarded, not defunded, which would subsequently dismantle what the current chief and current officers have worked so hard to achieve. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Hello?
Hello, Jesus Gonzalez. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the time. Esteemed council members, I'm calling to voice my support for our police department. With so much negativity and systemic issues being brought to light, along with calls for accountability on a national level, and rightfully so, it is important, even more so, to highlight the work and record of our police department as part of the solution, not the problem. Drastic and aggressive action is warranted in Minneapolis, given what we all witnessed, but in Palm Springs, that couldn't be further from the truth and reality of the department's relationship with the community. With 40 community orgs that 2 officers and a sergeant or lieutenant represent to cover relevant topics and issues, great standing with the LGBT community, and officers that mirror those they are sworn to protect and serve, they set the bar and are an example of what policing should look and feel like. Our police department is to be commended, not condemned, and any actions taken by this council weighed against the facts of the track record here, not the national discord. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Has been forwarded to an automated.
Hello, Judy Olivas. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Oh, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Court and members of the City Council, and thank you to all of you and city staff for your good hard work during this challenging and difficult time. My name is Judy Olivas, and I proudly serve as the Development Director for the Friends of the Palm Springs Animal Shelter. While the COVID pandemic continues to create an unprecedented economic strain on all of us, it has deeply affected homeless pets and the Palm Springs Animal Shelter. Friends believes it is our responsibility and purpose to step in and offer assistance in any way and whenever possible. Less than 1 month ago, we were the proud recipient of a generous in-kind product grant gift from greatergood.org. Over 32,000 pounds of pet food were delivered to the convention center's loading dock for distribution, providing free pet food assistance to individuals, animal shelters, and nonprofit organizations impacted by this devastating pandemic. In just 17 days, all 32,000 pounds of food were dispersed, demonstrating unequivocally the critical needs of this community, as well as the needs for Friends to continue to be able to do this vital work for animals, even outside the shelter walls. Many Palm Springs residents may not know our pet food bank provides over 5,000 pounds of free pet food annually, serving as a year-round safety net program, delivering important resources to struggling pet owners. The demand for support from things like our pet food bank increases daily. We invite any pet owner here in the city of Palm Springs who is struggling financially and in need of pet food to please contact our office. We are there to help, and we are committed to keeping pets with their owners in loving homes and out of shelters. But we also need your continued financial help. Friends has suffered significant fundraising shortfalls already. Please consider the depth of your continued support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Maribel Nunes. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. This is Maribel Nunez with Inland Equity Partnership. We do community organizing in Palm Springs. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Palm Springs City Council. I'm talking about item 2A, and if I have time, I would like to also add 2B. But we're definitely see the need with COVID, even before COVID-19, and then with COVID-19, we have a lot of our families that have been unemployed or underemployed. So we need these extra resources that we're seeing at the city budget. I did it to a lot of our community members about reimagining or reallocating some of our city funds, but also looking at the homeless funding and the other CDBG-CB funding to really make sure that the funding goes to the things that we need. And we love some of the ideas that the staff has on some of the COVID virus funding, but I really want to make sure with these agencies, because I do see some of these agencies well in the desert, JFS Desert, Coachella Valley Housing Coalition, and Habitat for Humanity. It's mentioned rental assistance, so how do we know how much is going to go into rental assistance? Because that's the need that's needed. So I really ask that, and also that's inclusive of people that are undocumented. The 10,000 that Live to Rise is going to be helping through the Riverside County funds for rental assistance is, going to go in a lottery system. So there's no guarantee that Palm Springs residents are all that are in need are going to receive it. So we need the city to definitely consider helping on rental assistance. And I think that the 52,000 on the overhead is too much for the CDBG-CB funds. That could equal 52,000 could equal rental assistance for 26 families that we could help for 2 months for a 2-month rent. And so 52,000 I think is a little too much on the overhead. And I really did it to a lot of our colleagues about the importance of thinking about the next budget cycle. Really, if we could experiment priority-based budgeting, it's really important. Thank you so much.
Ms. Nunes, do you want to be called for item 5B? Or I'm sorry, 2B, the CDBG item?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Bye.
Council.
Hello, Rabbi David Lazar. This is the Palm Springs
Yes.
Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. I am, as a community leader in a spiritual community of Ora Midbar in Palm Springs, I'm getting a terrible feedback. I'd like us to, if we could, to think about bringing up many of the issues that have come up around Black Lives Matter in the last few weeks and months, and initiate some public meetings, some town hall type meetings to discuss possible changes to the budget when it comes to the police department. I have utmost respect for our chief of police and the police force here, and it seems to me as a white person they're doing a fantastic job. But I also think that it's time for us to look and see what we might be able to do better. And the best way to do that is to get maximum input from maximum amount of people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Emily Daniel. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Emily. I grew up in Palm Springs, went to elementary, middle, and high school here in Palm Springs, and I've seen firsthand the disparities that exist in affluent white communities of Palm Springs versus Mexican immigrants, Black people, and other marginalized groups. The budget today leaves intact an exorbitant amount of money for the police, over $30 million for police. 1 second, sorry. But we slashed the budget for homelessness. We're fighting for every penny when it comes to education, but our police departments are swelling and constantly growing. More violence is never the answer. So beyond defunding the police, this is about the current economic crisis we're in and making sure we support the education, arts programs, and healthcare by investing in them instead of the police. Why isn't the city providing shared equipment, cameras, production classes, access to storytelling for Latino and Black communities? The Palm Springs Film Festival is a mostly white, collective pat on the back for the elite of the desert who throw benefit fundraisers to make themselves look good. We need actual, systemic, durable change. Defund the police and put money back into nonviolent, non-racist, and positive resources for our community. Please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Your call has been forwarded.
Hi.
Hello, David Weiner. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. You have 2 minutes to provide your comments on the city's budget.
All right, thank you very much. My name is David Weiner, and I'm a 16-year resident of Palm Springs. Our city is facing a budget crisis of unprecedented proportions, and I want to recognize the work of both the council and city staff in evaluating our budget shortfalls and identifying areas to reduce government expenditures. One area that I believe needs more attention is our police budget and staffing, and if we can redirect how that money is spent or focus on other areas. In Palm Springs, we're actually increasing spending for the coming fiscal year. At the same time that almost every other department in the city has had substantial cuts. Recently, one of our officers tested positive for COVID-19, which resulted in 10 officers being quarantined from the force. While I know the chief and his department has jumped through some hoops to cover the staffing needs, our city has not seen a marked reduction in police services and responsiveness. I think this demonstrates, with a little hard work and commitment, we can still service the city's needs with the lower staffing levels of police and a lower budget. Also, there are services provided by the police department that may be better served by other areas of city staff. Maybe we consider whether code enforcement, for one, should be moved back to staff instead of the police department. Additionally, homeless outreach, mental health services, and many other services would be better done by health professionals and social workers rather than sworn officers. Many people are using the term defund the police, which clearly is divisive just from tonight's public comments. I think what we're really talking about is right-sizing the police force for services that should be provided by the police department and providing other services by staff that may be lower cost and certainly better suited to meet the needs of our community. Palm Springs has the largest police department per capita in the Coachella Valley, spends almost twice as much as the national average, and we're continuing to increase the budget while slashing community services, parks and rec, and homeless outreach. We have a tank, for God's sakes. I don't even know why, but this must change and we must do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Martha. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could begin by stating your name.
Hello, good evening. My name is Marta Jara, and I'm one of the registered veterinary technicians at the Palm Springs Animal Shelter. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the City Council for their unending support of our wonderful shelter. And as we need everyone's help in generating income to offset the damaging impact of the city funding costs, I wanted to inform you about our low-cost vaccine clinic for the public. We're not only affordable, but offer exemplary customer service by well-qualified staff. It is always one of the 3 registered veterinary technicians that assist the veterinarian during the clinic. Our goal is to not only keep our shelter animals healthy, but the community's animals too. All the diseases we prevent by vaccinating for them are all diseases that would warrant an urgent, if not emergency exam to the regular vet. However, during COVID, you may or may not be aware that it's very difficult to get into any animal hospital due to them being able to see less animals than usual. Any referrals, whether by word of mouth or social media, will help more people be aware of our clinic. We now do it by appointment on Thursdays, starting at 10 a.m., and we follow all recommended social distancing guidelines so that all our clients can feel and know they're safe. We also offer deworming and microchipping at unbeatable fees. Without the city's partnership and support, we could not do what we do. We are all very grateful for the city and the city council always having our backs. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Lauren Wolfer. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Wolfer. As a resident of Palm Springs, I would like to see the city reduce spending on police and instead invest those funds in improving our community and offering more robust social services. Our current police spending is far higher than most other similarly sized cities, including those of which that are also tourist destinations. Yet this inflated spending has done nothing to improve the issues of addiction and homelessness that afflict Palm Springs. Aggressive, arrest-driven policing is not the way to increase public safety. We need more spending on mental health resources and drug treatment, permanent housing and other solutions for homelessness, education and youth programs, and other community-based strategies that genuinely make our city safer for everyone. We also need to prepare for the economic instability brought on by the pandemic, which makes the need for social services greater than ever. By reducing police spending, the city could free up additional funds for small business recovery, housing assistance, food security, and healthcare. Palm Springs is a progressive city, and our budget should reflect our values. We need a reasonable budget that doesn't way overfund the police at the expense of other better strategies for ensuring public safety and community well-being. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Hello?
Alexis Ortega, this is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Cool. Hi, this is Alexis Ortega. Anthony, if you could mute yourself, that would be great. Okay, tonight I'd like to encourage the City Council to reignite our imagination on what is possible for our communities. Right now in this pandemic, with crime rates down, there's a clear opportunity to redistribute funds towards community and away from policing as we know it. The danger of policing is thinking police will make our community safer for everyone. The reality is police will make things safer for some people, and I am likely one of those people for whom things are made safer. I work with police currently to try to make sure change happens in smaller ways, but community justice requires more than just my safety or the safety of people who look and talk like me or with education like mine. We know we need trained people to respond to calls for help, but police are asked to respond to calls about unhoused people, for people who might be engaged in substance use, for interpersonal conflicts that need not require a responding person to carry a gun. I was born in Palm Springs, educated in Palm Springs schools, from the Child Development Center to Palm Springs High, and then Stanford. It is not an exaggeration to say that I owe my educational success to date in the mainstream sense to our local Black Desert Highland community, who for decades educated young minds like mine, with parents in their early 20s who could not afford early childhood education. This is what community does: teach each other, care for each other, look towards our future. I will likely live in Palm Springs for the rest of my life. At 33, that leaves me with like 5 decades if I'm lucky, and if the world doesn't burn up our species, #climate change. I don't want to wait 5 decades to move just a little to a new future. I'd like to ask the council to ensure full funding of programs already planned for at our local community centers, particularly the James O. Jesse and Demuth Center and Veterans Tract. Also, $90,000 for a skate park is nothing compared to the rest of the budget, in particular our budget for policing. We are considering spending 10 times that for body cams to show us that police officers are doing their jobs. Let the kids skate. There's talk about county budgets going to sheriff's departments. If we want that of our county, then we should model that in our cities. Thank you to council members Grace Garner and Christy for their leadership. And I encourage you to flex your imagination muscle. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Hello.
Hello, Daniel Quirk. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. If you could mute the TV, and you'll have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Dan Quirk. I'm a resident of Palm Springs since 2010. I've worked at the Palm Springs Animal Shelter. I volunteer there, and I've done that for 5 years now. And I just wanted to make you aware of what an important organization that is. About 2 years ago, I was attacked. My dog and I were walking down the street, and we were both attacked by 3 dogs, and they bit me rather severely. Come to find out that none of those dogs had been vaccinated against rabies. And so I had the chance of getting rabies, which was, I can't get rabies vaccines or rabies shots because of my immune compromised position. However, we have some programs at the shelter that would help in this situation. Number one is dog licensing. The fact that we require dog licenses for any dog in the city who is going to be here over 30 days, that enforces the fact that a person has to have their dogs vaccinated against rabies. And the shelter also has the low-cost vaccine clinic, which they talked about earlier. I just wanted to make you aware of those 2 things that are so helpful, and it could have prevented a lot of angst on my part. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Troy Castillo. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. You're live with council, and I have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Dr. Reddy. My name is Troy Castillo. I was raised in Palm Springs in HUD housing. I'm of Mexican heritage. I'm a Palm Springs High School graduate, a United States Air Force veteran, and I retired from Palm Springs Police Department in 2013 with 28 years of service to my community. I'm also a small business owner licensed in Palm Springs, Paloma Investigative Services. City of Palm Springs Police Department currently has 8 open police positions that are proposed to be cut. They also are proposed to cut their police training budget to 0. By cutting any police funding, it's tantamount to what the city leaders are doing in Seattle and other U.S. locations. The battle over law and order is not one our society can afford to lose. Defunding or drastically reducing the police budget and police officers on the streets will cause chaos and destruction. If you think I'm being dramatic, you haven't been following the news. Democrats have begun embracing calls to defund or even abolish the police departments. But a new YouGov poll shows that only 16% of Americans approve of that, including just 33% of Black Americans. The most popular option was training police to de-escalate conflicts and use of force encounters in that poll, which was favored by 88% of the respondents, including 94% of Democrats and 83% of Republicans. Body cameras were also favored widely. A little bit about the mess caused by the Seattle City Council. In the hopes our city leaders don't follow their lead, Seattle is now being sued in federal court by the businesses and residents for failure to protect them. Seattle Mayor and City Council has created a special relationship between the city and its citizens in that the city created a dangerous situation unnecessarily to bow to the demands of small left-wing groups. You have a duty to protect the majority. You have a duty to protect all of our citizens.
Mr. Castillo, that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Hello?
Hello, Adriana. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could begin by stating your name.
Hi, I'm Adriana Canizales.
So I'd like to comment on the Palm Springs Police Department's budget for the police department. Right now, 33% of the city's budget is going towards the police department, and especially considering that the projected 76 million revenue is going to have a $47 million loss due to the coronavirus. I think it is absolutely ridiculous to have so much money centered around police. I feel like, I don't feel like, I've read many journals in which the best way to prevent crime is to prevent it by having more funds in education and after-school programs. I know for a fact that if more is put into the community, it'll be if more funding is put into the community, it'll be easier for all kinds of sorry, it'll be a lot easier for all kinds of what's the word? It's just, it'll be easier to have more money for more resources in other areas that are more necessary. For education, for the fire department, for parks and recreation. Only 3% of the city's budget is going towards parks and recreation. Where are people supposed to leave their kids? I mean, if people don't take care of their kids because they don't have the money to, then they're just going to have there's going to be negligence towards the children who are then going to turn to gang violence, and it's just a cycle, and it's criminalized poverty, and it's just always the same cycle because police have a quota that they need to meet, and in order to do that, they just prey on minorities and the less privileged.
Adriana, that's your time, and we'll need to disconnect now.
All right, thank you for your time.
Hello, Fritz Koenig. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
All right. So, yes, I wanted to talk more about the COVID and such. So earlier I spoke about. I'm sorry. Are we talking about the budget now, or are we talking about COVID?
This is the city's budget.
City's budget.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So I just want to say that it's very important to have the police, and you need to concentrate on one thing. The police are not only abusive to minorities. The police have an attitude of taking control, taking charge, and exerting their will upon everyone. That's what they do. When they show up, they take charge. And anything that is not subservient to them when they show up is considered a challenge. And they are trained to attack. And that is what they did to me right outside my gate here on Gran Via Belmonte. And they lied about what happened. And I can prove it because I have recordings that they don't even know exists. Now, you got lucky. I filed a claim about this. Apparently, Jeff Ballinger, the city attorney, decided not to even respond to that. But my point is, the police don't just attack minorities. They attack everyone. So a complete review of the police needs to be done, and an independent citizens board needs to review every single complaint that is made about the police. It is ridiculous to have the police investigate the police. The citizens are in charge of the police and shouldn't be investigating the police through the council. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Bueno?
Hello, it's calling for Philique.
Yeah?
This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. You wanted to speak regarding the budget?
Yeah.
You can begin.
Am I ready?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I live in the city of Palm Springs. I currently got laid off due to COVID. I clean houses, and that has really affected me. Not only like physically, emotionally, because I have a daughter, 10-year-old. She's not going to school anymore, and it's really hard thinking of how am I going to pay my rent next month and all the bills. And that's why I wanted to give my testimony.
Okay, thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Okay, thank you.
Bueno.
Hello, I'm calling for Jose. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
En español.
Hello?
Me llamo José Jesús.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
¿Me puedes en español, por favor?
I'm sorry, I'm
Senor?
not understanding what you're saying.
Anthony, can I help?
Yes. Go ahead.
Señor,
No.
es
español?
Sí. Si quieres participar en esta cita, puedes decir en español y yo puedo, ¿ok?
Sí.
Ok, está bien.
Señor, ¿quiere hablar con la ciudad?
Sí.
Pase.
Pues, yo vivo en la ciudad de Palm Springs y trabajaba en la construcción y pues ahorita no estoy trabajando, que nos pararon y por el coronavirus, y pues soy papá de una niña de 10 años y mi esposa, y pues ahorita estoy sin trabajar y estoy desesperado porque pues, no tengo cómo pagar la renta y miedo de que nos desalojen de donde vivimos por todo esto, pues.
Gracias, señor.
Gracias.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just so everybody knows, he's calling in to say that the coronavirus has impacted his family and his 10-year-old daughter, and they're concerned about how they're going to pay rent and just survive with all of the layoffs.
Thank you, Councilmember Garner.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Christine Soto. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Palm Springs City Council. You've heard the stats and you've seen the numbers, so I won't repeat them. My fellow community members have done an awesome job giving you all that information. I had something written, but after listening to everyone's comments, it occurred to me that what would be really remarkable is if the police department would join the community and agree to reallocate their massive budget to fund much needed social services. Privately, people from the business community have been complaining about the bloated, unsustainable police budget for years. It wasn't really a vocal issue before because the coffers were full and they didn't want to seem like they were condemning the department. But if they truly are an exemplary department, as many callers have said that have called in tonight, then they won't see a reduction of their budget as a condemnation of them, but rather a reevaluation of our priorities. With the COVID pandemic and the Black Lives Matter movement, we are all reevaluating priorities. They should too. Join us. It's hard, it's painful, but we're being given a gift and we can't confuse it with a punishment. If they refuse to listen to the community that is imploring them to allocate their resources, then it will be a condemnation. We want to hear things like, we're not trained or good at dealing with the homeless population. We can cut our budget here to fully fund a permanent solution for the homeless. I'm sure that would be a relief to the police department, just for example. We have an opportunity here to be truly, quote unquote, like no place else. As we sit through these painful budget talks, how is it that everyone is making huge sacrifices, but not the police department? Again, join us. There is an option here for the police to work with us, not get defensive and insist that dollars are the only way that they can keep us safe. Council, if they refuse, then your constituents demand that you take action. You're not going to save your way out of this problem by gutting economic development or skate parks. And to echo Alexis, let the kids skate. Black Lives Matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Soto, and we'll disconnect.
You have reached the tone, and Google Voice will
Hello. Hello, Luz Galeos. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with the council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello. Evening.
I'm sorry, Luz. I think we have a bad connection. I'm going to call you right back.
call has been forwarded to an
Hello, Deborah Massey. This is the Palm Springs City Council meeting. You're live with council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Massey. I am a new resident of Palm Springs, and I wanted to address the budget that's being discussed. One of the things that I've heard quite a bit from my neighborhood is that due to the amount of people in Palm Springs, a reduction of the police force budget is in alignment. I disagree with that. I believe that our police force is well funded at this point. It is not militarized, and they provide a quick and prompt service. And due to the amount of people that come here in surges, I believe that the number of the people living here in the city is not valid for determining whether or not we should reduce the police presence. More so, with the approval of the cannabis warehouses and distribution here in Palm Springs. I think the level of funding for the police force that we have is appropriate because we are not aware at this time what is going to come based upon that. I do know when people lose employment and have other issues that are causing them to lose their income and things that they have utilized, that sometimes you have a increase in crime. So even though I do agree that some services could be cut, I don't agree that the police budget should be cut. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give you my opinion.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
You have reached the voice.
Hello.
Hello, Luz. You want to try this
Yes.
again? You'll have 2 minutes.
Yes.
2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Luz Gallegos, and I'm calling the City Council of Palm Springs to please support our community. There's so much going on with our community right now. There's a lot of stress and trauma, but more importantly, there's a lot of challenges economically. We keep on hearing rental support of communities hasn't been, especially our undocumented community, haven't been receiving any type of benefits from the federal government. Rent support is very important. Also, any type of service that will assist them also with their utilities. So
Council, we disconnected again. I'll try one more time.
Thank you.
Forwarded to an automated.
This is Zach.
Hi, Zach Solomon. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. You're live with council and have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yeah, sure. Hello, City Council. My name is Zach Solomon. Thank you for working late into the night, and thank you for your service to our city. I'm sure some of my peers in the city have already spoke. I haven't been able to listen in, but all I would like to encourage you is, first, I saw some comments from the Palm Springs Police Department saying that there was something being opportune about this moment of time, and I think that's really irresponsible. These budget cuts due to a pandemic that have been already looked at before, what's been going on, and I really urge you to find creative ways to handle how to actually treat people in your city, as opposed to treating how to protect property of the people who already have a lot, which is mainly what the police functions serve in our city, is to protect property of the people who already have a lot of resources. We are not going to have a lot of tourism as much this year, and there's going to be a lot of people who need a lot of help. And if what's going on in the country can help our city reevaluate how to police and what the value of police is in our city specifically, and how to care for our people as opposed to our property, then I would really urge our city council to be creative and to be on the cutting forefront of the Coachella Valley in this regard, and be an example of how to be creative as to how to find a new way of policing. It's not opportunistic. We're learning. This country is learning a lot, and our city should be at the forefront of learning. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Mayor, that does complete public comment. I believe Luce is having some phone issues.
Okay, well, thank you for trying several times on that. So if there are no further public speakers, I will close the public hearing, which is now closed. So first, just want to thank everyone who's emailed us, who's called in, sharing your views. It's all an important part of our process, and a lot of cities are always amazed at how much public comment we have, but it is the benefit of being in a community where people are really engaged and care so much about the community. So wherever I may go, lean on any of people's comments, I always appreciate hearing from everyone. And I know all of us, all 5 of us, did a lot of reading over the last few days with literally hundreds of emails. So I really do appreciate it, and do know we all do read them. It's hard even on the day of council sometimes, but I kept reading them until we were going into the meeting today, and I really do appreciate hearing from folks. I do want to raise for council some suggestions, since we're now at 10 o'clock on our first hearing. And I think 2 things. One, we want to make sure we get to anyone who still wants to do public comment on a hearing item before much later than this. And 2, I think the issues we have, budget more than I think the others, are really thoughtful conversations where we want people to be awake, paying attention, and us to be awake and focused. And so one option I want to throw out, and City Attorney weigh in, is that we move to the next. We don't discuss this right now. We move to the next public hearing where we do have, I think, 3, 4 public comments, so people can make those. We have 4 notice public hearings that we at least have to open, take testimony, and close, and then maybe discuss whether we want to set a meeting between now and the end of the month when several of these issues need to be decided, the budget the CDBG funds to have a special meeting when we can actually start fresh and really talk about these things and give staff the time to research some of the questions we asked. So first, can we do that to the city attorney? And second, open to the other ideas as well. But I do want to make sure we give these really important issues the care and thought that I know we will, which is going to be long discussions. This is not a short discussion and vote.
So, Mayor, the answer is yes. That would be perfectly legal for the council to do that.
What do other folks think?
I like the idea of taking public testimony so people don't have to stay up too late at night. And then we can decide how we go through those public hearings.
Does that work for folks? If we open the 4 public hearings, take any testimony, close them, and then let's see what time it is and decide how we want to proceed with the rest of the agenda from there? Is that everyone good? Okay. So we will do that. So we will move now to item 2B, which I think is CDBG. Consideration of CDBG 2025-year consolidation plan, 2020-21 annual action plan, citizen participation plan, and CDBG 2021 budget adoption and authorizing submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Tonight's public hearing is the second of 2 public hearings for the Consolidated Plan, Annual Action Plan, and Citizen Participation Plan. These documents are included in your staff report, and I want to note the Annual Action Plan is incorporated into the Consolidated Plan. The first public hearing was held on April 2nd to review potential programs to be funded by the CDBG and CDBG CV funds. That's Community Development Block Grant and Community Development Block Grant COVID funds. At the May 14th meeting, the City Council recommended allocations for CDBG funds in the amount of $449,050 going towards a Fair Housing Council, Senior Repair Program, DeMuth Park Community Center, air conditioning, and DeMuth Park public restrooms. At the June 11th meeting, the City Council recommended allocating the CDBG CV funds for various public service agencies in a total amount of $211,328,000. And these programs and activities have been incorporated into the annual action plan, which is included in your package. Availability of these documents for public review was published in the Desert Sun, and the documents were made available for public review June 13th through June 18th. Approval of the Consolidated Plan, Annual Action Plan, and Citizen Participation Plan are before you. Staff recommends opening the public hearing and taking public testimony.
Great. Thank you for that. Question for the city attorney before we have questions for staff. So I'll be abstaining or recused on potential funding for the Boys and Girls Club. So when we do get to that, I know I can be here, I just won't be participating. If that is considered, that probably should be first before we look at the other organizations.
Correct. That's how we've handled it in the past.
Right. And I think Councilmember Middleton has the same issue with the LGBT Center of the Desert, because I saw her raise her hand and her pen. So just a reminder on that for folks, and that is not state law allows us to vote, but our public integrity ordinance goes beyond state law in many areas, and this is one of them, to avoid even the appearance of a conflict. So with that, are there questions for staff on this item?
I have a question for staff.
Please.
Jay, on those organizations that we have funded in the past or that we're contemplating on funding, I thought, is it, my understanding was that we have to fund those services that help our residents. And do we have, or is there an accounting system that shows of those services that we are funding, how many of our residents are actually using them?
Yes, each of the recipients will be required to keep detailed information on the clientele served.
And do we audit that information at any point?
We do, the federal government does. It is monitored very closely.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Hostage.
Thank you. If I could add to having done the grants and sponsorships and being on the subcommittee for that a number of times, these organizations, when they do apply for grants and sponsorships through our separate process that we had before, they had on our application how many Palm Springs residents they were serving and how many. So we do have that information at the city level, and we've received it. I know this is for different services, but we have assessed that through who we funded in the past. I just wanted to answer that for you. So just to clarify for process, so we are doing the full public hearing right now, so we have to ask all questions of staff.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, you can always ask questions of staff. You can ask questions of staff after a public hearing as well, right? Sure. During discussion.
Yeah.
But I think if there are specific questions, I think it's always helpful for the public to hear them before they testify. So if you have those kind of questions, it's good to ask, I think, now.
Yeah, I think I just have a few,
Okay,
unlike usual. I just had a few questions. So we heard some earlier public testimony, public comment about asking how much will go to rental assistance to the organization. So I saw Well in the Desert, Church Family Services, and others are funding rental assistance. So do we know, in what amount or how many residents they're serving through rental assistance?
It really depends on need. Having had these discussions with the service organizations, they've indicated that in the past they've provided anywhere from $100 on up to $3,000. So, we do know from the other rental assistance programs that are coming online that the maximum seems to run about $3,000 or $3,500. And given the CDBG source of funds, these are actually limited to a short period of time, maybe 2 to 3 months of assistance can be provided. So typically up to $3,000, maybe $1,000 a month. And again, looking at the allocations, it's not going to go very far, as we've had and have discussed in the past, but a little bit can help, 1 or 2 families, and that would be very helpful.
So this is reimbursement based. So we would be able to see by the end, they would be reimbursed about, how many families they served and what amounts and all that.
Correct.
Okay. And then I also had questions about the administrative amounts that the city is taking out of these funds to administer the program. So it's $90,000 for the CDBG, and then another $52,000 for the COVID. So can you explain what those funds go to and why those amounts are needed?
Well, in the case of the CDBG, we were actually losing a staff person who provided those services, overseeing the CDBG programs and a number of other community development programs. And those funds are needed to at least cover the work done for CDBG, where we do have the Ramsey Group on board as our consultant to provide us with guidance and assistance with the CDBG programs. As far as the CDBG CV funds go, I think we all know this came up pretty quickly, and we didn't have time to really staff up for it, but the time we do spend on this program impacts the general fund. So being able to have the allocation for CDBG CV administrative costs relieves the general fund of having to cover those costs.
Is this the max amount in administrative fee, or is that discretionary, right?
This is the maximum amount.
And that's an adequate amount? You think that's the appropriate amount?
Yes, for 1 year's worth of administration, assuming 16 contracts and dealing with HUD, and we're hearing the audits are coming up very soon, so it's hopefully enough.
Thank you. My last question, on page 5, it talks about other eligible uses for the COVID funds. And I know Council and Councilmember Gardner had raised last time, ensuring that the funds go to things like rental assistance or really urgent needs versus other things like PPE supplies, which we've heard nonprofits, have gotten donated or don't need. So could we limit this list to council's approved uses?
Yes,
or
absolutely.
Do we need to do that?
Absolutely. That was staff's intention to utilize the recommended allocations and uses from council.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Woods.
Jay, I'm just not familiar with Hidden Harvest, which looks like it's a food bank. Can you just give me a little background? I know Find Food Bank. Are they competing interest, or how does that work?
They are Hidden Harvest provides services to a more specialized population. I believe they assist homeless youth, more than what Find Food Bank does, which has the capacity to deal with an entire community and neighborhood, as they've been doing for the Desert Highlands community and Palm Springs by the Convention Center for the past few months and for the past year for Desert Highlands.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I actually had a question about our normal CDBG funds. One of the things that's listed is the home repair program. I'm just wondering if you can give us some more information about how we advertise for that and kind of the amounts that we give. So this is kind of the first time that I've really heard about this this year through this process, and I'm just concerned, that we need to kind of advertise more, and so I'm just curious what we've done in the past with that, and you could give a little more background.
Yes, it's, as you can see, it's a relatively small, modest program, but it is advertised along with the other community development services on our website, such as homelessness. This is listed there with that, to aid low-income seniors. And, the advertisement also comes by word of mouth through some of the subcontractors we work with when they get calls for assistance, that funding is available through the city to assist with minor repairs. And there are some of the service providers, such as Senior Advocates and Jewish Services Center of the Valley. Also know to contact the city if they come across clientele, senior, low-income clientele who may be able to utilize the services.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. So at this time, I would like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this item for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, if you can start making calls. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Edwin Ramoran. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. We're discussing the CDBG item, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Let me turn this off. I'm gonna pull it up. It's actually a continuation from my first notes, and it's again in the spirit of Bayanihan and our community unity and cooperation. We want to definitely look at the recommendations from the Inland Equity Partnership, which Bayanihan Desert is a member of, and has been organizing and helping look at poverty and housing. But we recognize that, we want to look at these budget reallocations, which could lift up our community, recognize and reward our city's diversity, and reinforce the need to invest in our overlooked and underrepresented, underfunded communities. Please look at city funds. I know that we looked at 2A already. But we definitely want to look at how we could really scaffold our social services and our community centers and our invaluable youth programs. In regards to CDBG COVID-related emergency funding, we would love to see going towards our things such as rent assistance, child care, and utility assistance. We need more homeless funding going to our residents in rental assistance and mental health services and housing vouchers as well. And again, we're going to look at how next year's budget will be advocating for the city to start a process called priority-based budgeting, which ensures that our budget matches our community's goals. Budgets are, like I said earlier, are moral documents. I want to support these budget recommendations with the following statements for you to consider in your decision making. I was inspired by my Philippine ex-community and family, and I'm completely standing shoulder to shoulder with my friends and colleagues in the collective Black Artists for Freedom, whose platform is more than relevant here. Dear City Council, Palm Springs, feel free to publicly condemn the institution of police as a violent force that exists to further class divisions and capitalistic exploitation which harm our communities. Recruit, hire, restart, and promote our Black siblings.
Edwin,
recognize the urgent need for Black expertise and leadership positions. Learn the history of systemic racism.
And we're
take concrete and deliberate steps to identify
a different opportunity
and eliminate anti-Black bias. Imagine Black freedom and make it real. As a Filipino for the movement for Black lives, say it loud. Black freedom means liberation for us all. Defund the police. Black lives matter. Black trans lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Christine Soto, you have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and we're discussing the CDBG items.
Great, thank you. Hello again, Council. It's me. I'm calling on behalf of a nonprofit I helped form called Keep Shining Palm Springs to offer our help and our model to help raise money for small businesses in Palm Springs. Part of the reason we formed a nonprofit at the beginning of the pandemic and shelter in place was because Mayor Coors mentioned that in order to do a grant program or distribute funds, he'd like to partner with a local nonprofit. So here we are with the express mission of providing emergency relief funds to small businesses. So we would like to partner with the city and do a citywide fundraiser for struggling small businesses in Palm Springs, of which you have many. This pandemic, this crisis isn't over. In fact, it's probably going to get much harder, and things aren't looking like we're going to be able to have giant events come again in January, February, and March. So you're looking at a community of businesses who are going to miss a second season, and you're likely looking at the shuttering of hundreds of businesses unless hopefully the city helps to step up. I'll have to be honest, I watched the last council meeting a couple weeks ago, very frustrated and dismayed at the total lack of urgency and creativity on part of the Economic Development Department. We need you guys to do something. You can't sit by and watch businesses close. Many already have in Palm Springs. Some of them are, they're not locally owned businesses. Maybe they are from out of town. And of course, they'd be the first ones to go anyways. But you have an opportunity here to maintain the heart and soul of Palm Springs, which part of it is your small businesses. With Keep Shining, we can raise additional monies to maximize the funds from the block grant. In other words, we can double or triple maybe. And since we're a nonprofit, we can seek monetary donations and they'll be tax deductible. I don't have all the details sorted out today, but at least consider doing something for small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Maribel Nunes. This is the council meeting. We're discussing the CDBG item, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to continue what I had started, and I do want to talk about some of the city budget stuff real quick too. But yeah, I think that I'm fine with the agencies that are presented here. I do think there are a lot of agencies, and which takes some of the overhead. And I still think that the $52,000 overhead might be a little bit too much, since a lot of the work's going to be done by the nonprofits. And I really want to encourage, as we're doing, giving grants, that we look at which some of those can be that are led by African American community or Latinos. So just to make sure that we're putting investments in our leadership. And then I want to, add into the budget that we definitely look at culturally competent providers when we have the 911 calls. What is the help that's needed? If we have more money for police officers, is that what's needed? Are the calls coming in needing law enforcement, or do we need mental health? Taking the model of Riverside City, they reallocated 2 vacant police vacant positions and reallocated to go to 2 nurses to deal with street health, with the street health program that's overseen by their city program, Homeless Solutions. So I really would encourage you to look at the model of the city of Riverside and take their lead also, or example of the prioritizing based budgeting for our next budget year. Because this is the advocacy that we've been doing, a lot of us have been doing, it's not recent. We have been organizing on city and county budgets since 2003 and really encourage community and excited of the engagement of community. And so, so thank you so much. And please, rental assistance, we need more specifics. It's too general. As an advocate, I don't know how to advertise this. I don't know how much is going to go on the rental assistance and what's the amount, so we need more specifics about these programs so that as community we could inform about these programs and we could definitely be an ally to the city of Palm Springs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
This is Zach.
Hi, Zach Solomon. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. We're discussing the CDBG item, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
You already called me.
You wanted to speak on the CDBG, or are you okay now?
Hello?
Hello? Hello, Juan Espinosa. We're discussing the CDBG item at the council meeting, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to continue really quick some comments that have already been touched upon. Just looking at where funding is going right now, I noticed that, for example, the Mizell Senior Center and Well of the Desert are 2 of the top funded pieces on that. And looking at those organizations, there's no real attempt to directly target Latino communities, or they don't have Spanish accessibility. And as we saw in tonight's meeting, there was that beautiful moment where someone tried to call and talk about being laid off and not having access. And even in this process, it's a very inaccessible process. And I have 2 Mexican immigrant parents that have lived in the Coachella Valley and have been in Palm Springs since the 70s. And they've paid into our tax system, but never really expected anything out of it or engaged with the city. And all of these processes are very, very convoluted and inaccessible, and especially not accessible to Latino businesses. and Black businesses. So I think even if you look at studies in the way that CARES and other funding programs are being dealt out now, and even banks are admitting that they didn't deliberately direct funding to Black and Latino communities, these processes, and especially looking at the one that we have in Palm Springs, are not being mindful of the communities that are most being impacted during this crisis. And so I think we really need to work on accessibility. The other thing that I think is crazy out here in the desert is that there is no worker center, and that there is no directly sort of racial justice oriented organization to which we can funnel these funds. And so the city should really think about what it can do to foster or nurture that community development in that direction. And I think it's outrageous that my aunt, who's worked for a hotel in Palm Springs for 25 years, was just permanently laid off without any severance benefits. And that's also the story for so many other family friends. I have another family friend that worked for another huge hotel in Palm Springs, 34 years, was just permanently laid off via email with no severance benefits. And so I'm outraged at what's happening in Palm Springs, and I think the city council has a huge responsibility to the working class and the people that are being destroyed by this crisis. Thank you. I won't take any more time. I wish I had more time to discuss the multiple ways in which the city can do better, but I do appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll discuss.
Hello, this is Spencer.
Hi, Spencer Bartlett. This is the Palm Springs Council meeting. We're discussing the CDBG item, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, good evening and thank you. This is Spencer Bartlett. I was having some reception issues earlier. I was hoping to talk on 2A and 2B.
That's fine.
This evening. So the proposed budget for our police is significantly higher than both the state and the national average. As a city that seeks to not only serve the residents to the best of its ability, but also should be a leader and standard bearer in not only the Coachella Valley, but the state and nation on many significant issues of the day, I would like to see us lead the way forward by example. I would like to see us bring the funding levels for the police down to the state average at the bare minimum, preferably lower. I would like to see us establish an independent citizen oversight commission, among other common sense measures, to ensure the police are serving us, the citizens, and are held to the level of accountability that they should be. I would also like to see investment in non-police solutions such as investment in community centers, activities, and education, investment in youth and children programs, investment in housing and outreach for the homeless, and most significantly, I would like to see investment in social workers, counselors, and other qualified personnel able to respond to situations across the city that don't absolutely necessitate police response. I know this isn't entirely a city responsibility. As such, I would like to request and encourage the City Council and Palm Springs residents to continue to apply whatever pressure possible to both Riverside County and the state government to also achieve these goals. Black Lives Matter. That is all I have to say. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Mayor, that concludes public comment on CDBG item.
Great. Thank you very much. With no further public comments, the hearing is closed. So let's move on and do the next two, and then we'll sort of see where we are. So the next is item 2C. Binder. Yes. Consideration of adopting a resolution confirming the report of the Palm Springs Small Hotel Tourism Business Improvement District Advisory Board, leveling the fiscal year 2020-2021 assessment and conducting the protest proceeding. Staff report, please.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, for your consideration is the Palm Springs Small Hotel Tourism Business Improvement District. On June 11th, the City Council adopted a resolution declaring its intention to renew the business district and setting the public hearing for tonight. We are requesting that you conduct the protest proceedings, consider renewing the TBID, and adopting a resolution confirming the report of the TBID Advisory Board and levying the fiscal year 2021 assessment. And That concludes the staff report.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Move to approve. We can't do that yet because we have to have the public hearing and then the results of the election. So, but we will have the motion ready for you. I'd like to open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. Are there any public speakers?
Mr. Mayor, there is no public comment for this item.
Okay, so we will now close the public hearing. Any additional questions for staff or comments? City Clerk, would you please conduct the protest proceedings?
Honorable Mayor and City Council, the City Clerk's office has received no written protest and no oral protest on the proposed assessment, which does not constitute a majority protest, and the City Council may proceed with consideration of adopting the proposed resolution.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Middleton. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, and the final public hearing is 2D, consideration of adopting a resolution related to delinquent waste disposal charges. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Annually, you take this action to place liens for delinquent accounts, unpaid bills related to solid waste charges. As a brief background, the city's franchisee, Palm Springs Disposal Services, provides solid waste disposal for the city of Palm Springs. They bill directly to the residents and commercial businesses for that service. And annually, we have between 600 and 700 accounts that remain unpaid from the prior fiscal year. So these are charges that predated the COVID pandemic. And the avenue to recover those charges is through a lien on the tax roll. And I just want to note that annually, every year, there seem to be the same 600 to 700 accounts that choose to have those charges placed on the tax roll rather than paying them directly. The number of accounts that are delinquent has dropped since the initial notice by about 30 accounts. And so the current delinquent account is 643 accounts with a total delinquency of $189,000 and change. So we'd recommend you open the public comment period and then adopt the resolution to place those liens on the tax roll. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. So in the staff report, it said that there were 672, and then since the mailing of the notices, they received payment in full from 290, and then it leaves a balance of 672. So I'm just kind of confused about the number. You just said 640 something, so is that the accurate number?
Yes, that's correct. So there were another 29 accounts that paid up. So the current number of delinquent accounts is 643.
Okay, I see. So it's just a typo there. The other thing I wanted to ask is just this is all new for me. Who is it that's usually on this? Is this businesses that are failing to pay? Because you're saying that it's usually the same people. So is this? I guess I'm just trying to get a better understanding of who it is that we're taxing right now. And if they're individual residents or if they're businesses, and if this is actually just something people do and they wait to pay it off at the end.
That's correct. So in this case, it's almost 600 residential accounts and about 48 commercial accounts. And we see it's the vast majority, it's the same accounts year after year after year. So they make a choice to not pay the bill and know that every year that charge will then appear on the following tax, on their tax bill.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay, with that, I will open the public comment. No, it's a public hearing. You see, I'm getting tired. I'll open the public hearing. City Clerk, do you have any public testimony?
Mr. Mayor, there's no public comment for this item.
Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing. If this is a short discussion or if there is none, we could move this forward. Any council member comments on this?
Move the item.
Second. Motion by Councilmember Woods, second by Councilmember Middleton.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. So we've gotten two of them done. So I guess the question is we know the budget we're supposed to have done by the 30th. I think CDBG, is that also June 30th, City Manager?
You have additional time into August, but Jay, could you confirm when it's done?
Made available to the public again, so there is the 5-day process that we'd have to amend the documents and make those available for public review.
The City Attorney, is that the case if we continue this to adjourn to a set special meeting?
Well, you would have time during that time to adjourn the meeting and continue this item to any time before then, if that's what you're asking.
Right, so we don't have to reopen public
Correct.
comment or do a whole new...
Correct. You've closed the public hearing on all of these or both of these, and you don't need to reopen them.
Okay. So I don't know what folks think. I think those two are going to take more discussion and more thought. The other items, just so we go through what we have left, we have the eviction moratorium, which we clearly need to do by the end of the month. So people know. We have sort of COVID, our regular COVID update, and then we have the cannabis waiver request. And it is 10:45.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could note that you also have, if people are still going to answer, 14 general public comments.
It's really hard to call people this late. So what happens if we do continue to adjourn special meeting? Do we still do that, or can we move those to the next meeting? I'm just concerned about calling people at 11 or 11:30 at night.
If we adjourn, it would be to an adjourned regular meeting, and as long as we provide the public with an opportunity for the general public comment at one of the meetings, either tonight or if we adjourn it to, say, Tuesday, as long as we provide them the general public comment on Tuesday, we've satisfied the Brown Act.
Okay. I'm just concerned about calling people this late when they work or have kids. So what would folks like to do? Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thank you. I agree on not calling people at 10:45 or 11, and since those are non-agenda items, even though it might be urgent, it really can wait a few days. So I'm okay with that. I'm having a hard time on the budget because we had so many people call in, and we got some really personal stories, and people are really invested in this. And so I'm trying to figure out, how far we can get and have some conversation, because I think actually it's really impressive. We had a lot of people call in who don't always participate. I've been here for 2.5 years, almost 3, and one of the first Spanish speakers we had call in. We need to have access. That's a different story. So, I'm worried about just moving on and not addressing it tonight as much as we can and see how far we get. I understand it's late. We want it to be public and we want people to participate. So I'm having a hard time doing nothing on the budget tonight, but I want to hear from everyone else too.
Yeah, and that's a good point. The question is, will people be more likely if we start doing this at 6 p.m. on another day versus at 11 to midnight, being able to watch and pay attention? So that's a good question. What are other folks want to weigh in?
Well,
Councilmember Garner?
We've heard the public comment. The public comment period is closed. So, I'm sure there's some people watching right now, but then it's also, we have it on YouTube as well. So I'm not sure that part matters since the public comment's closed.
Do you have a preference on? And I also want to hear from the city manager what he thinks we need definitely to get done tonight. That may help first.
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing that.
Sure. So that we don't formally have anything on the COVID that we have to discuss. Now, with regard to the cannabis lounge, I would ask Flynn if that certainly could wait to an adjourned meeting. I believe it could, unless Flynn, you have a different opinion. And of course, the budget items, the charter says we need to approve it by the first of the new fiscal year, and that would be on Wednesday, I believe.
Mr. Reddy, we could postpone the cannabis distance waiver until the next meeting.
And the eviction moratorium we want to do by the end of the month, clearly. But okay. Anyone else? Council Middleton, Member Middleton.
Sure. I think we'd all like to finish the budget, but my belief is that we're going to need a lot of discussion on the budget, and that there's going to be a very lively conversation, and that we're probably best deferring that until we can start fresh on the budget. I think the item 2B we probably could dispose of fairly quickly. I don't know that the cannabis waiver has to be dealt with this evening, but I'm not sure that's going to require a lot of conversation. So I would support us rescheduling our discussion of the budget for a follow-up meeting.
Anyone else? Councilmember Woods, I saw your little light went around your head, so I don't know.
I'm fine with doing some work on it tonight. I think it probably will be a spirited discussion, but we've had so many discussions on the budget to get to the point that we're at tonight. We've really exhausted a lot of the discussion, so I'm not sure how long the discussion will actually be. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think it'll be long, but that's just my gut. Councilmember Garner.
I actually feel like the block grant discussion might actually take longer than the budget discussion. I'm the opposite.
I'm good with that.
So I'm good with. What I want to put out there is that sometimes it seems like we're far away, but we really find that we resolve things quickly. I've seen us do it many times. So I think that we might be closer than we think.
Okay. So let me ask David from, I want to be conscious, how late are you and staff comfortable given you started work at 8 a.m. In us going, so we can judge based on that?
Well, can we put the camera on
Just be
the
honest.
finance director? Well, Mayor, there's no question. We can keep going a little longer, but there is a sort of a doctrine of limits. Just to be fresh on the budget. But maybe what might be helpful is at least maybe some general direction, whether it's on the budget or block grant. So when we do come back, if there's additional work staff needs to do to provide information, at least we are able to do that to get that so you can make the decision. So that at least at a minimum would be helpful if there's some different direction that you want us to get you information on.
Okay. So what about we start with a little bit of time on the budget, get a general sense, especially things that people feel they may have more needs for information on, and we'll see where we are in a little bit. But please do let us know, because some people have to drive a ways to get home and everything else. So just we've done it before, so don't be shy if you feel we need to. But I'm fine if everyone wants to. We can at least start. That general consensus. Okay, sort of, kind of. So why don't we go back to 2A and the budget, and so questions and comments. Who would like to speak?
I'll start off if it makes it easier, just on general direction. If I'm understanding correctly, and if the chief is still there, I don't know if he is, there is an interest in body-worn cameras by both the police department as well as the citizenry. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, the chief is here. He's coming to the microphone.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct. There was a long process through negotiations. Last year, the Police Officers Association has come to an agreement with a policy. The policy is in place now. Now it's just next steps in moving forward with the body-worn camera system.
So I'm wondering, as direction, if there's an opportunity to look at the police department budget to see if there's funding, any available funding to purchase these body-worn cameras. I don't expect an answer right now in any way, shape, or form, but just an exploration of that option.
Absolutely, we can absolutely look at the budget and see if there's areas we can come up with some funds to move towards the body-worn camera system.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Middleton.
Yes, I have a couple of questions for the chief.
Yeah, the chief's here.
Okay.
Councilmember Middleton, the chief's ready for questions.
All right, thank you. Chief, we heard a lot of public comments that argued that the police budget was being increased for the next fiscal year. Is that accurate?
It's not. I don't see an increase. In fact, the police have taken the biggest hit in regards to reductions this coming fiscal year.
Am I correct that you've lost 8 sworn officers for the next fiscal year?
Yes.
And an additional 12 individuals that were support personnel?
I believe that is correct, or close to it.
All right. So we're looking at a police budget that has somewhere around 1920 individuals that have been reduced. And what impact is that going to have on your ability to deliver service?
There's 13.
for the police department.
Couldn't hear any of it.
Yeah, we didn't hear you, Chief.
I'm sorry, it's a total of 19 positions for the police department that we are down, and that's both sworn and non-sworn, 19.
19. All right.
So just to follow up, Chief, of how many, what was it, what's the, before?
Mayor Kors, we didn't hear the question.
Oh, the question is, so it's 19 down from what number was it before?
From our total of 104 allocated positions.
Down 19, okay. Thank you. Sorry, Councilman Middleton.
No, that's good. I think that's my questions. I've got comments, but I'll hold those.
Any other questions, comments? You can do both. I mean, we might as well just keep going until.
I think then I'll jump into some comments.
Please.
We had 8 budgetary meetings, extremely difficult meetings, and staff has worked a Herculean effort to get us to this stage. I think we have a budget document that we can approve and should approve. There is a much larger and broader national debate that has gotten started within the last few weeks, or at least it has been re-energized in the last few weeks. And I think that is a conversation that needs to happen in our country and in our city. But we are at the 11th hour of a budget that needs to be passed. If we are going to have an in-depth, serious conversation that involves the community and our police department and multiple listening sessions, those are going to take time, and they should take time. We clearly know that there are issues in our country and our city that need to be addressed. But I want to address them in a responsible and prudent way. And I don't think we can do that by taking and making across-the-board cuts in the most fundamental departments that we have. We have said over and over again that public safety is the first responsibility of our city. It still is. And we need to, I believe, fund the police department. We have absolutely exemplary leadership in the chief, and the processes that our police department have gone through over the last few years, I think, are making a difference. Are there still things that we need to discuss? Absolutely. And they are conversations that need to take place where you are having a conversation with someone who does not look like you, and someone who has experiences different than you, and someone who has opinions that are different than you. And what we far too often have is simply conversation among those like ourselves. And that takes place across the board from left to right in our country. We're not going to resolve the problems that plague us without having honest, serious conversation with people who, going into those conversations, we fundamentally disagree with.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. So I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Middleton. I think that absolutely we have to have those conversations, and it is a much larger issue I'm with you on that. One thing, though, that I am really concerned about with all of this is that COVID is still a very big problem, and it's becoming even bigger than we expected. And looking at those budget numbers and hearing what's coming in, and the way that Councilmember Woods was talking about it earlier, I'm concerned. I'm very concerned about how much we're spending. And I know this conversation has shifted dramatically over the last few months. But I also really appreciated the information that we were given about our police budget versus others of our size and others that are also tourist cities. And I know that we've received information from staff before that we have a much larger police force, and that's something that we could reduce. So for me, I feel like when we're talking about this, it's not, we're trying to make sure that our budget is in a place that allows us to keep moving forward and allows us to fund the things that we need to support our residents. And when we're talking about public safety too, it's not just police. It's also rental assistance, like we heard today from the gentleman that called in. It's also community services. It's access to computers. Another one of my residents called in and said, how am I supposed to start my college classes in the fall when they're all online and I don't have a computer? So that's also public safety, and that's also taking care of our residents. And I'm really concerned that with this pandemic, we're not going to be able to do that. And the other thing is that, you know, for me, I've been having a lot of conversations with the chief and looking at a lot of data. And I was looking at the calls for service that we get in Palm Springs, and in my conversation with the chief, you know, we were talking about how half of the calls are for quality of life, not for crime. And that concerns me that our police officers are handling calls about suspicious people who are usually Black and brown people or homeless people who are not doing anything wrong. You know, calls for dogs barking, the lights on. I mean, I went through this whole list with the chief today, and there's a lot of things that our officers shouldn't be handling because it doesn't make sense for them to do it, and we need them to do the really good work. And if they're having to go to a call that isn't something that really needs service, they're possibly not going to be as available for another call that really does need service. So I'm just really concerned with all of these things. And so that's kind of where I am, is making sure that we are allocating the money in the way that we need to take care of people every day, but especially right now during this pandemic. We're going to have more calls for service if more of our residents are homeless because they don't have the resources to pay their rent. We're going to have more calls for service if school doesn't get back in session and children don't have any other outlet, any other resources, because there's not enough funding for community centers to do alternative things to take care of them. And I also really am compelled by the comments that we're receiving from the public. I know that there's some people who are saying that this is a new issue. It's not. I think what's new is that there's actually momentum on it. In the past, there's been people who thought this was just a lost cause, or that, you know, there was concern that a council like us would never do something like cut the police budget to put it in line with the rest of California. And now people are thinking that there's actually hope to do something like that. And so that's why they're calling us. So anyway, I know that was a lot and kind of rambling, but I just want to make sure that we're all kind of understanding that these cuts are not drastic. I think what's being asked right now, it's not drastic. It's putting us in line with the rest of California. And it doesn't even have to be that. I mean, we can talk about it right now. What's the number?
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with some of the concerns that Councilmember Garner raised, as well as what I think all of the council member raised at the beginning when we were asking questions of staff. We've done a lot of work on this budget. Staff has done a lot of work on this budget, but fundamentally, we're in an untenable position financially. And, we're sort of on a sinking ship with our budget. And the question is, are we going to plug holes in that ship? Or are we going to rebuild a new ship that can float? And that's what I'm concerned about, is that we're making significant cuts, but I'm worried that this budget still remains a status quo budget for COVID and for, not being aligned with community values. We heard the community come out, and I was really moved by a lot of the comments, all of the comments, that people want investments in our community centers, which are so poorly funded already. I mean, some of them, like Demuth near my house where we go, that needs upgrades. People need childcare access and community projects and all the things that we heard tonight. And we fought really hard in this budget for maintaining Parks and Rec, and maintaining library services and the things people ask for, but that still remains 6% of our budget. And half goes to public safety and half goes to government services, right? And a minimal amount goes to Parks and Rec, when those are some of the only direct services that we're providing to low-income residents and families and seniors and people who need access to the city. So I am worried that it's not aligned with the community values that we heard tonight. Someone said, let's make Palm Springs not only a great place to visit, but a great place to live. And I think for everyone, right? So I think that was really powerful. And, I raised at the beginning of this process, I'm concerned about taking away Measure J from the voters. Measure J is for infrastructure projects for like a downtown park. We're talking about building a library, all of these kind of community investments that really will. Now there'll be a place for kids to go. And so they won't enter into a life of crime, or they'll have economic opportunity. And those are the types of investments I think we need to make. So, the difference is there aren't unions coming and saying I'm against Parks and Rec when we make these choices, but we made significant cuts to a lot of departments, every single department. And so no department is shielded from that. Public safety is our job, as well as, public safety overall. So how to actually protect and make sure that our whole community can thrive. And that's our job here. And it's not either or, we're on the same side. We just have to come together as a community and think about what is the future that we want for Palm Springs. So I'm concerned about dipping into the reserves more than we had approved. I can't support that. I think we should look at further cuts. I think we should look at cuts that people raised tonight to the police department, to government services, to personnel, because I am worried that when we started this, COVID seemed like it would be shorter. And now we're in a place where we're not even through a first curve. The American government has failed to really prevent this, and here we are. So I am worried about dipping into our reserves, and I couldn't support that further. I think we should look for those cuts elsewhere.
I will jump in since I haven't spoken yet and go back to my earlier thought that this is a longer conversation. And And I appreciate all the comments that people have made so far. And I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Holstage on the reserves because it is a big concern I have. We went from 50 million to 18 million because of 16 months projection on this. And yes, we've heard Mayor Pro Tem and I on, the reopening task force, the vacation rentals are doing the best they ever did for this period. And then the summer right now is people from LA, which looks like it's going, closing down more and telling everyone not to leave their house, are coming here. And the cases here are skyrocketing. And I'm really concerned still about how low we're going on reserves. If we come closer to the worst projections, we don't have the ability, we don't have the money to do it. We can't make that up. And so, I'm inclined, and I value all these issues. I do want to share, and I know we've shared it many times, the county is a responsible agency for homelessness, mental health, poverty programs. They're legally responsible. Los Angeles got sued for not doing their job. And we've tried to fill in, but just so people know when they say we only spend this % of our budget on homelessness or, mental health, that the county actually is the one who gets the funding for it, not the state, not the cities. So very few cities and our size do anything like what we do. And I appreciate Riverside added 2 nurse healthcare people. They're 350, 400,000 people, not our size. And all that's great when you have the resources. And the county has done more to step up, at least recently with us, and the meetings Mayor Pro Tem and I have had with the county housing and homelessness about their stepping up. They're paying for the overnight shelter now. We're trying to leverage the funding that we just received because we felt we weren't getting funding on homelessness with the county, and they're working with us on that. So that feels like we have some progress there, which is good, and I just do want to share that. As far as public safety, I agree. Public safety is multifaceted, right? Preventing crime both through police and other means. People having jobs, right? People not ending up in jail or prison and then having the rest of their lives impacted by getting jobs. All these things, health disparities, all these things impact safety in the community. I don't think we can fix that between now and June 30th. And so my inclination is probably closer to where Councilmember Middleton is, and I didn't really hear, other ideas, is that, we move forward with this budget and know that in 4 weeks, we're going to be reviewing it again. And we can make further cuts if we need to. I think we need to give the department heads time to think about what those will look like, right? If we're now thinking it may be worse than we thought. I don't think we can, in my view, I want, whether it's fire, police, government services, I want to hear from the department heads how they would make further cuts and not just say, okay, let's cut another, we're cutting 3 million and 19 positions from police, let's just pick another 10. I mean, I'd want the chief to weigh in, as I would want every department head to weigh in. I mean, the police do a very important function. I think we've all shared our view that that is a very challenging job. When you go to work every day, you don't know when you pull someone over for a traffic stop, what's going to happen. And I think we all truly value what they do. And, I saw the data on comparing departments and, but do those cities have 5 million tourists coming through? How is a ski resort similar to a place where people are going out? I think we need more information on those kind of things and see where the numbers are in a month, but give the department heads time to really look at those issues. And in the meantime, have listening sessions and get input from our community and from our staff, from our police, from our firefighters, from the people who work in the community centers, through the department heads, and at those meetings, so we really can make the most informed decisions. I do agree that the numbers with COVID make me really concerned. And, and I think it's really important. From when I was first on council, we wanted to move forward with body cams. We had to wait till the negotiation and get the policy set because the way our contract worked with the Police Officers Association, we couldn't open that up just on that issue without their agreement. But they agreed to it. There are no concessions from the city for doing it. And I think in the long run, it will help the community, help the police, save money because of liability issues. And so I want to see us do that as we move forward, but I want to see us really think about what we might be able to cut to do it. Because if we have 3 bad months of COVID, we are in a hole we're not going to be able to dig out of. And we can't do Measure J again because it'll put us in such a hole. We ended up $80 million behind on road repairs because of the recession. And we can't let that happen again. So I know that's also just a lot of stream of consciousness, thinking out loud, but that's just sort of my gut. But I think we need to move forward, whether now or by the 30th, and take the time to see where we are in a month and give the department heads time to look at what those cuts would be if we're going to add more things into this budget. Councilmember Woods.
I don't want to be redundant. I never like to be redundant, but I so appreciate all 4 of my council members' comments. I think every single one of you has incredibly valid points that we're making. Everyone is suffering right now. I mean, businesses are suffering. People with limited income are suffering. Everybody is suffering at this current time. And it's really difficult. Our departments are all going to suffer at the same time. Our service will suffer as a city. I think and I like the analogy of, do we build a new boat or do we keep plugging holes? I mean, our trajectory right now is our ship is going to sink. And we really need to take some proactive action, whether we take it tonight, which I'm happy to do, but we need to think, in a month, we're going to have to really look at cuts again. I'm almost positive about this. But I also want to say that we're in a fortunate position as well. We're in a really fortunate position in that we have a college coming to our community, to help lift people and give them an opportunity to go to school locally in an environment that is affordable. That's a kind of a silver lining in all of this. And even though we heard tonight that there was a lot of criticism of defunding the police, we're very fortunate to have our own police department. I mean, it is an absolute luxury. And some of the advantages of having our own police department is, 1, is we can help direct where we want to see that department. But 2 is that they have the sensitivity training that we need for the population that exists here. And if that sensitivity training is not working, we need to talk about that. And that's where I think the discussions are going to happen, that in the listening sessions as we're out there. We're going to see what people's experience is really like and what we need to do to adjust all of that. I'm completely with Mayor Pro Tem and the mayor in that I really don't want to dip into any more reserves than what we did at our last meeting. Let's find a way to fund that stuff, or let's not do parking, or let's not have an attendant right away at the skate park and see how it turns out. Let the skate park open and see how it turns out. We can revisit it if it's a bad problem. But it allows those services to continue without costing us money. The police chief is willing to look into his budget to do the body-worn cameras, which I applaud him for. And I think we're on the right first step. And we've taken an enormous amount of testimony. The police department is, it's a huge department with many different facets to it. I don't know as I have all of the knowledge to know where to cut if we were to even consider cutting there. And I would leave that really to our city manager and the police chief, who have a much better handle on what it would take to provide those services. But I do believe our police officers have been multitasking beyond belief. I mean, we're asking them to be social workers. We're asking them to do code compliance. and I don't know if everyone actually signed up for all of this, along with just personal defense if somebody attacks them. That's a lot to ask for our police department. So if an adjustment can be made, will come out of those listening sessions, I think. So I'm kind of inclined with Councilmember Middleton and the mayor to kind of move forward at this point, but really give our department heads a month to really readdress it, because we are going to have to make some serious cuts, I believe, and it's not going to be easy for us as elected officials to this city. Somebody is going to be harmed or hurt, and it's just going to be a fact of what's going to happen in this budget process. It's really a lot of people asking for scarce resources. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone?
If I could add just a little, there's so much conversation that needs to take place regarding the work and the role that we have asked police officers to do in this country and in this city for the last 40, 50 years. Every time there's a new problem, we have largely given it to the police department to fix. And that's a conversation that's a very important conversation to have with the police department, with the community, around what are the right people to do the right jobs. But those are conversations that need some time. If it took us, and I've been an adult for 50 years, and we have taken all of that time to get to the place we are today. We have reached a turning point in our country, one that has been building for a while. Let's take the time to get it right as we have those discussions. And I can't think of any place better than Palm Springs to have those discussions. For right now, I'd like to move a budget, and what I would motion I would make is that we do want the body-worn cameras to be found, but that we do not want to go into the any additional reserves in order to get that, so that we asked the city manager to find in other places the money to cover the cost of the body-worn cameras, and I would ask also for the animal shelter, additional funding. But again, that has to come from some other place, not from reserves.
So just to clarify your motion, so it's to move forward the budget as proposed, which includes the additional reserves that beyond what council had previously authorized.
No additional, finding the money has to come from somewhere other than additional reserve.
Right, but the budget as proposed exceeds the reserves that council had previously agreed to, right, staff?
Well, what I think I'm hearing, what I would
22
recommend
billion you're talking about.
that the only thing we're going to go forward with on this additional list is the body cameras for the police department and the chief, and we're going to look, that money will come from additional savings in the police department, and the others we will remove, and we won't do them. The animal shelter, if we're back to that additional 125 is going to have to come from them. I mean, because otherwise, are you going to accept it coming from Parks and Recreation? I mean, we're sort of out of places to cut. So I think what we'll do is we will just remove these except for the body cameras, and I think we can go forward.
Sorry, I don't mean the extra items that were added last. recently. I mean, weren't we saying at the beginning so that the council had approved a floor of 22 million in reserves to be used, but this budget as proposed has 16 million remaining in reserves
No, there's
without any of these.
there's a total of 18.9, but that includes 16.2 of the CalPERS set aside. Now, if technically, if you want to say that the mayor's not wrong, that the CalPERS set aside should be 22.2, and it would have been if we went through a normal year. So, you can look at it either way. But if you're going to approve the budget that we have here, you're going to need 11.4 million from reserves, combined, regular, CalPERS, and then you're left with 18.9 of the combined.
And that is a shift, I think, Mayor Pro Tem. When we first talked about it, we wanted to I think, maintain that the CalPERS, and then we all kind of softened as we went and really saw the extremes of where it was to where we're at today. To get more of the services that we wanted, we were eating up more of our reserves to do that. Which, because we're monthly, I could be okay with. I just don't want to dip more into that than we already have.
I'm just trying to understand process-wise where we are with the 4/5 votes and the reserve. That's what I'm trying to understand. Do we get an answer on that?
So, Mayor and council members, based on the historical data that we were able to uncover, it appears that the council's intent was to set aside $6.5 million per year in order to fund the CalPERS obligations, and that if the council is not going to do that, that would take a 4/5 vote. That's what it appears from the historical data. The council last year adopted a proposed budget for this year of $22.25 million, and it's being proposed to deviate from that this year as part of the actual adoption of the budget for 2021. And so we, as proposed, it would not be adding the $6.5 million. That deviation would require a 4/5 vote unless the council wished to change the previously established policy.
So I think what you're saying is it would take 4/5 vote to do the budget as we see it here with to end up with the 18.9. I think that's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bellinger, can we vote on not adding the additional $6.5 million to the CalPERS reserve separately from a vote on the budget?
Absolutely.
And what is the vote? Just so I'm still unclear. So what would the vote need to be on that, given we already had adopted the budget? Is that a 4/5 vote or a vote, majority vote?
How can you split those up? I don't understand either.
Well, what I'm hearing Councilmember Middleton propose is a motion simply on how much to fund the CalPERS reserve set aside, whether to change from the previously established 22 million to the 16 million, or to keep it at the $22 million. If you want to change it to the 16, which is part of the budget the staff is proposing, that would require a 4/5 vote.
Right. So either way, it's a 4/5 vote. Is that what you're saying? Just so I'm clear.
4/5 vote, but my point in raising that question is we have an obligation under the approved budget to add $6 million, $6.5 million to the CalPERS reserve. So everything else that we're debating, if we don't get 4/5 vote to not add that additional $6.5 million, then we're going to have to find $6.5 million in other cuts in order to comply with the vote from last year.
Well, I think, so we were at 22,250,000 with it. They were putting $6 million a year in instead of 6.5 for the policy. But putting that aside, we're only, the recommendation in the budget that we got, that was in the book, not adding anything, would leave us with 18.9. So it's about using about half of that 6 million, right? So that would use 3 million of it versus using all of it or none of it, right? There are a lot, or something in between.
As I understand it, anything short of putting $22 million for fiscal year
takes a 4/5 vote.
Is going to take a 4/5 vote.
Right.
And I think we would be better served to vote on that separately than from the rest of the budget.
Well, I'm open to that, but I'm willing to use some of it depending on what it's going for. I wouldn't want to use all of it because I think it's way too low. I'd rather use none of it, and and I appreciate staff's comments because they're all come from things we've said before. But there are other ways because we had scenarios B and C, which cut significantly more out of the budget. I don't want to see those. But there are other ways to do this if in a month from now or 2 months from now, it looks like things are worse than we projected versus better than we projected. So, I'm willing to use some of it sort of in what was proposed, because that's where we are and we don't have those numbers yet. What the reality is, knowing that a month from now, we'll have more information. And I think outreach to the hotels will let us know what June looked like earlier than getting the tax payments. And we can make more informed decisions then. So, I'm willing to use part of it at this point, but not all of it. So that's why I don't know how we, I could vote that I'm open to it, but it really depends on what it is, right? I mean, my leaning is we pass the budget we have and in a month come back and look at where we are and make further cuts, further expenditures based on what we see.
When you say the budget that we have, what are you talking about? Because we've had additional proposals tonight.
Right. I mean, my inclination is with proposals that we get right now, I'd rather, I want to see the body cameras. I support that. I'd like to find cuts elsewhere to pay for them. I'm fine supporting that. I think on the skate park, it'd be really good to reach out to the people who are members to see if they're going to use it. I know, Boys and Girls Club reached out to 200 families, only 6 we're going to send the kids back in July. So it would be good to have a sense of what the use is going to be. A little more information on some of those, for me, would be helpful. Before I want to add more, and the body cameras is something I've been involved with over 4 years. So that may be easier for me than others who are newer to it to support.
Could I just, for clarification for the Parks and Rec Director, I wasn't sure what you wanted us to do on the skate park. Would just have open skating?
I mean, we know that didn't work when that existed before, and I think that's a mistake. So I'd like to see some other, what the other alternatives might be, and also knowing how much use it's going to get. I mean, maybe initially, school's not in session, at least for July. So if we can have our staff who's already doing the teamwork there during the week, and let's see what kind of use we get. And in a couple of weeks, let's come back and decide if it's getting used a lot and we want to spend the money for a contractor so it's open on the weekends, and let's have that information, though. When school opens, it's not going to be used during the day until right after school.
Well, we were planning on opening the skate park. I mean, obviously the swim center, the skate park, the direction was to open these facilities as soon as we can. So, and the current contractor
But how
in
does
there.
the spike in COVID impact those?
Well, that the direction was with appointments and limited occupancy, council wanted these facilities open. The swim center, the skate park, the library. If I could get some clarification on that.
Right. Well, my understanding on the library is obviously we want to find computer access for people who don't have it. It's critical for people to apply for benefits and employment. I think the library, and what we've seen the county saying, is the library should be more express. You go, you get what you need, you leave, you can drop it back off. It's not touched for a period of time. I don't think we're thinking about opening the library for people to stay there, but maybe I misunderstood. And especially given, our testing rate has doubled in positive tests in 1 week. And ICU beds are full. I think that changes, as Mayor Pro Tem Holster said, this is different than it was 2 and 4 weeks ago, right? And, we're getting a ton of requests from businesses and the residents for more police and code enforcement to monitor people breaking the rules, and businesses, although it's a minority, not following them. We have one business that closed because of COVID that we had numerous reports on. So, things change, and they're changing rapidly. They change daily on this when it comes to COVID. And it's 20 to 12, so let's,
The city manager brought to us a number of new items this evening. The one that absolutely resonates with everyone is the body-worn cameras, and he's going to work with the chief to find funds within the police department to cover the cost of that. So if we defer action on any of the other requests, would there be support for the budget as it existed before these new things were added this evening? Knowing that we're going to be back here a month from now with new revenue reports that are going to direct us as to what direction we need to go. And we will have started listening sessions that are going to inform us as we move into the future.
So I understand that. I don't think that listening sessions are the answer. For my particular concern right now, it is a concern, and I do want to do it. But my particular concern right now is that if we were a business, if we were a corporation, and we had a department that was overfunded, then we wouldn't hesitate. We would make the cuts that needed to be made. And we're looking at information that says that we're overfunding one of our departments. And so I think that's what my concern is right now, is that we're looking at how to deal with all of these issues that we're having. And people are saying, well, here's an area that's overfunded. Our city staff has told us that it's overfunded. So I understand that people have a lot of questions, and I have a lot of questions, so I'm fine with that. But what I want to see is that we are taking steps to make sure that we are truly looking at what we need as a community and what our city looks like. And I do understand that Riverside County is supposed to be funding certain things, and they're not. I think just because they're not doing it doesn't mean that we shouldn't. I think that we still need to do it. There's also things that Riverside County and any county doesn't do at all, and cities don't do at all. And nonprofits take up the slack because that's the only people that are there to support people. So we're really talking about looking at things in a completely new way than we ever have before. And my concern right now is that we're too focused on taking everything good and be cohesive and harmonize, and listening sessions are going to make people feel better in the end, but really it's not, because this system wasn't built for us. This system wasn't built for me. It wasn't built for anybody that's on this city council. And I think the fact that we're all here is a testament to the fact that times are changing and things are getting better, but it's also our responsibility to make really hard decisions and make this system something that is for us. And sometimes you have to flip the table and maybe burn the table in order to really have an inclusive table. So what I want right now is just some kind of assurance that this is not a Band-Aid, a way to get me or Councilmember Holstage to stop talking about these issues, or to appease the community for now and then never have it move forward. And I'm worried about that. And I appreciate that the last thing that Councilmember Middleton said was that we would find the money for the body cams from the police budget. And that to me is an olive branch in the right direction, because I think that's where it needs to come from, because it's for that department.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Pro Tem Holstage.
Yeah, I have concerns about the efficiencies in our budget, the amount of government services, the efficiency in the police department, the information that we're received, that it sounds like we need to get a lot of information about the cost per resident, how many officers we have and need as a community. We have to be able to have those conversations like any city would, and like our residents elected us to consider when we're in huge budget deficits like this. So I have concerns about the efficiency overall, not one department, but we're cutting economic development, which I've said from the very beginning we need to invest in so that we preserve our revenue, because we've all seen what it's like in Palm Springs when we're in a recession. And we finally got to a good place, and we have to keep that going, or we could die again as an economy for 10 years. So I'm uncomfortable with some of the values in the budget. I know that we've done a lot of work, but my job is to hear from our residents, and I think we heard them speak primarily in one voice tonight, and tell us what they want from their budget. And so I feel uncomfortable not listening to that and moving forward on this budget. And then, it's hard to understand sort of what would change in a month or what real action would be taken, because I think we hear a lot, and I've learned doing this for a few years now that the answer to not doing it now is we'll do it later, and then it just never gets done because we have a million things to do. And so I think the listening sessions is helpful to inform us, but it's sort of separate and apart. I think that's about policy. I think right now, this is not about, all of these issues that are swirling around. This is about our budget. Do we have an efficient budget? Is it aligned with community values? Is it going to sink us, or is it going to help us float or help us thrive as a destination and as a city, as a community? And so I have those concerns, and I'm not really comfortable voting on something with no direct action in the motion about what would actually happen in a month.
I'll just say, I appreciate all that, and I appreciate, it's also, the 8th or 9th public meeting we've had on this, and I think the next meeting we could have 50 different people speak. So I just want to, I've gotten emails on all kinds of different views on different things. Nonprofits organize and they, can turn out 60 people for meetings, as we all know, as we know from an earlier budget meeting. So, I think these are all issues that I think everyone's committed to working on. And I just don't think at this moment we have enough information to make these decisions. I mean, yes, we could look at per capita, but I need real data on how many people are here 6 months a year, not, we think it's a half, which is what we always hear. How many tourists come through? Not just through the airport and go to other cities, but actually how many stay here between vacation rentals and hotels? What's our calls for service compared to other cities and cost per dollar for those? I mean, I just think there's more information needed on that issue. And, we're going to go with 19 less, personnel in police, including 8 sworn officers. What's the impact of that going to be? I couldn't now say, yeah, let's find another $2 million to cut out of police. When we just cut $3+ million out and we don't know the impacts. Is that better? I'm not suggesting this, so don't take it that way. But is that better than, the extra paramedic unit we added in 2016? That's $1 million. Yes, all these things have value, but we have to make decisions about how we prioritize them. And without, when we made the decisions where we supported this based on hearing from all the department heads and all the data. And I have a hard time changing it right now without them having more time to come back to us with what would the next range of cuts be and what the impacts would be.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to be frustrated. It's late and we're all tired, and but we have asked for that information. So I think we asked from the very beginning, the first meeting. Okay, tourism is down. How many fewer calls for service are there? How many, how much more code enforcement is needed? What's the data on all of that? So I do think that I've asked repeatedly some of that information. I've emailed and asked for it. I received most of that information today or last night. So, that's not giving us enough time with that data. I agree. I know staff has been working really diligently, and there's a lot to do, and it's a difficult time, and we're understaffed and we're underpaid and we're overworked. So, but we have asked for that information and have not received it in a comprehensive way. And so it is difficult. So I know it's late. I don't know if we just call for the vote.
Councilmember Woods, you're done.
Before we call for the vote, I really want to acknowledge Pro Tem as well as Councilmember Gardner, that I don't think a conversation is going to be done because I think our budget's going to require that we relook at this conversation. I think there's also a national conversation that's going on that we can learn from. I like the analogy if we need to build a new boat, but do we build it out of fiberglass, out of styrofoam, there's fundamental things that I think we need kind of time to digest and understand while we keep the city moving forward. So I don't have the fear that the conversation will be dropped or that you're being placated in any way, shape, or form. And I just really wanted to say that before the vote.
Yeah. But that said, if there are members of council who feel they want to have more of this conversation, then we should continue this next week and have it when we're fresh and we give staff the weekend to think about it and report back to us. I mean, some of the data, we had a lot of this today, and it's appreciated, and I told both of you I appreciate your efforts to get it, but I don't want to rush a vote when there's more discussion that needs to be had either.
So could I clarify a couple things? So we're going to remove these additional expenditures with the exception of the police body cameras, where we're going to see if we can find those dollars from within the police department itself. The rest we will remove. The one thing I'm not clear of what information you might need for the next meeting. Like, so for example, on the tourist information, we've struggled for years to get that in their inferences. To get more than just anecdotal data, we're going to have professionals come in and do the kinds of studies that we just don't have the capacity to do. I mean, we've even gone so far as reviewing wastewater treatment plant water flows as a way to try to make inferences. So, depending upon what information you want, I think if the more specific we can be to help you, that will help guide us. But some of it is just our best inferences.
Right, but I guess for me, it's if we don't vote tonight, or we don't pass a budget tonight, if we needed to cut another $3 million, what would that be? And because these are value and priority decisions on where that would be. And yes, I'd like to add everything that was brought up tonight, right? I've always agreed with Mayor Pro Tem Holstage on economic development, that if we find the right people, we need those positions desperately. But where's that going to come from? We just can't keep adding when we don't have money to spend. And that, so, So I'm fine moving forward, and I'm also fine, since we're going to have to continue everything to another meeting, to having this conversation and vote then.
Well, maybe I could ask one thing that everyone might be able to agree upon, at least on a positive note, with regard to the airport, the marketing position would, and obviously you're not voting on the whole thing tonight, but some guidance, is that in the ballpark at least, is that something that we should continue to pursue? Again, not affecting the general fund.
I'll just add in, given that's the one area that got federal money as a result of the CARES Act, $11 million, and it's in the budget, and there are other savings there, and it's desperately needed. I would support that, because we can't move that money to any other purpose other than the airport.
I agree.
Anyone disagree?
No, I just want to make sure the airport budget, even though we got the 11 million, they're really suffering, and I don't know how badly they're suffering to make, if that position, short-term and long-term, long-term it makes a lot of sense. Short-term, I'm not sure. So I'm not sure how bad that budget is for the airport.
Yeah, I guess, David, could you maybe briefly, given we've discussed it, but that with the departure of our airport director, would you be replacing that position, or would you keep an interim and have this extra marketing position instead? Is what I understood.
Sure. So, what my recommendation will be is we have an interim. We had the number 2 is going to step in as the interim, and I think that person will be very capable, and then that would free up, obviously, a position that in essence would pay for the marketing person. So given the importance of the marketing, I think that's more important than a heavier top administrative structure, and I think at least over the next year that would serve us well, and see where we are. Basically be, there would be a savings. It'd be more than a wash. You would have some savings in just replacing the one position.
I'm all for savings at this point, so.
Okay, I think you have general okay with that.
Yeah.
Unless anyone says otherwise. Oh, we got something done. Yay.
So we're going to reschedule for was it Tuesday?
Well, let's look at calendar.
Continue the meeting until Tuesday?
Does that work for folks?
Or Monday?
I think we need to.
I can't do Monday, CVAG.
Correct.
I can do Tuesday.
I can do Tuesday.
I can do Tuesday.
What time?
I think we want to do it after a regular workday, if possible, just because I think more people can watch. But I agree, people can watch on YouTube, and we've done the public testimony. So
The earliest, I mean, I could do 6:30, but I can't do 6.
yeah, that works for me. We're not having any new agenda items, so it'll still be a full agenda, by the way.
Right. Yeah. Before we leave, I just think we want to give some direction to staff on the information that we want and how we might want to have that information manipulated and how we want to use it. So they don't have a whole lot of time to pull that together unless we just continue the conversation with the information we currently have.
I think I heard 3 votes at least for not using additional reserves. Though I agree that the amount of reserves depends on the use and purpose. So I can't separate those two things in my mind, but because maybe it's worth taking reserves from economic development, but it wouldn't be for XYZ. But that said, I heard 3 at least support for not using additional reserves. So it sounds like that would be, 6 million from the original authorized amount. So I think it's, where would that come from? What are our options? And, what amount of reserve, knowing that council is concerned about that issue, should we approve?
Well, could I clarify?
So for me, I was comfortable. Yeah, I was comfortable spending part of it, which got us to 18.9, but I wouldn't go, I don't think we should continue to do that, only because that's where we were for so long, and it's we may have to make more cuts down the road, and, we're going to look at this in a rolling way that way, but I wouldn't want to go below that what was proposed, right? So if we're adding the body cameras, it's coming from, other expenditures.
So to go to 18.9, we are going to need a 4/5 vote.
Correct.
And given that's where we get gotten to, I was comfortable. If people want to have more reserves, then we should.
Requires 4/5.
Which means spending a lot of our reserve.
Okay, so I just be clear
The budget we were presented.
if I could be clear what's presented, if I take away the additional, what's presented is you're using 11.4 of reserves, leaving you with 18.9. If that's different, I guess that's the threshold question. And if that's not the case, then we need to come back with a different budget, more like scenario C.
Which at the time we all didn't want to do, but times change. So.
And so keep in mind, between now and Tuesday, you're right, there's not a lot of time well, to make modifications. We will do our best, but I guess I just need some direction, some general direction. Direction. I'm removing the additional things that were brought this evening, with the exception of the police body cameras, which we're going to find within the police department.
Are there 4 votes for a reserve of $18.9 million?
I could go with that because that's something we've been talking to the public about for several meetings in a row. At this stage, I do think we need kind of a broader discussion about do we need a new boat or not?
I mean, I'm comfortable with that being the number, the target number, until the second meeting in July, and then reevaluating that because we have to have a budget passed by the end of June.
I'm comfortable with that.
But I'd rather wait till Tuesday. If that's where we go, I'd rather wait till Tuesday till we just before we and have a little more discussion of whether the priorities in this are what we want to do.
It would be good to know where everyone's comfort level is so that staff would have a time over the weekend to delve into whatever aspect they need to know. So if the comfort level is, where is the comfort level with everybody? I think we heard from 3, and I don't know about the other 2.
I'm having a hard time separating it out. We're not voting, so we're talking about, I get it, we're giving direction, but we're essentially voting. And so it depends what is in the budget. And so what, again, if the city manager said we might need to make additional investments in economic development. So should that be included in this yearly budget? And if so, should we reduce it from somewhere else? So I really can't make a generalized statement. I mean, we've been talking about that amount. We talked about it before. So I think it's more about efficiencies and what is included. Like I'd rather see Parks and Rec be fully funded and, talk about where the value is for the reserve. So I'm sorry, it's not super clear. It's midnight. Some of us are pregnant. It's been a long day for everyone. So it's hard to do right now, but I can't, we've been talking about that. We've got consensus. We heard from community about, what's important. We've continued to talk about what's important, like economic development and Parks and Rec and services for residents. So I just can't commit to that right now.
So with that, David, it sounds like, bringing back what some of those other bigger cuts would be from B&C and what that might look like and if there are other options that you could recommend. And if council members have specific things they think should be cut, they should get them to the city manager so he can evaluate them and we can discuss them at the meeting. Because I agree. I mean, I could support that number knowing it might change, but it depends what we're using the money for. Right?
So,
I mean,
within the direction I'm going to need.
I'd rather have more reserves, but we also decided to have less reserves because we wanted more staffing at Parks and Rec and the library and other things. And so it really is dependent on what the money is for. All right, I can't be more helpful, David.
I think that there's been a lot of asks that have been put on this table, and I want to reiterate that Councilmember Holstage and I have been asking for a lot of information for weeks now that we just got today or yesterday. So I want to double down on the request that I've been making. I want to know the answers to the things that were brought up in public comment today. I mean, we got some very well thought out research, but members of council have questions about it, which is absolutely the right approach. I always favor questions and getting good answers. So I'd love to see more on that. Residents did some good work for us. let's look at it. Let's find out how that impacts us. What does it look like to make the cuts that have been requested by our residents? What does it look like to do less? Just let's take a good look and find out. And that doesn't mean that on Tuesday we have to vote on doing it, but it could say, hey, here's a plan forward. Here's an idea of what's possible. Here's what we want to shoot for in the next 6 months, a year. It can get things moving. But I think that right now, what I'm not hearing is that the concerns the residents have brought to the table being seriously evaluated. And that's what I want to see. I understand there's not a lot of time. I understand that this is putting a lot of pressure on staff. I am willing to do that work. I've been doing that work. And I will continue to do that, and I will continue to have those conversations as much as we need to get as many answers as we possibly can by Tuesday so that we can give the public the answers and the information that they deserve and that we have been requesting for weeks now and have not been getting the answers. So let's do everything we can to work together to get what the public wants and what we have been requesting.
Thank you.
I think we're getting an awful lot of questions that we need to answer. And we will be hearing from a tremendous number of people in the public. I have to say, I have never been impressed by per capita analysis of police force requirements. So that's something that we're going to have to take a look at as well. We have one study done by someone in the public. It's not been staff analyzed, and we've known for years that the demands in Palm Springs are different than they are in bedroom communities, and that doesn't dictate what that answer is going to be, but there are multiple examples of communities that have the kind of disproportionate number of people within the city who live here. And we've got to assess that.
So, David, when you said the budget, it has to be passed by the 30th or by the 1st?
The first is the first day of the new fiscal year, so the charter requires that we have a budget.
Okay, so just a question. If people have Wednesday available, it would give staff an extra day.
But
the
one thing that would be helpful is, I think, if you look at what we do, I mean, the per capita that we spend too much on police, we spend too much on fire, we spend too much on library, on the swim center. We spend more on services than any city comparable. That has been the political will, and none of it happens by accident. None of it. That has been what the direction of council has been consistently. Now, you can change that anytime you want, but that has been the direction for us. Now, I'm not exactly sure what more information we need to provide between now and Tuesday. We will do it, but it's unclear from our perspective what it is that's going to be required. So any specific things you can help us with would be helpful. But the discussion of, well, is it more efficient or not? The question is it efficient for the level of service we're giving is one thing, because it always should be efficient for the level of service you're giving. Is it efficient for the amount of your giving? Well, the answer to that is easy. None of it is efficient. We have always provided more. That's just been the political desire, the value, the public value. So that doing differently would be a sea change, and it's certainly your prerogative. It's just that we're going to need some direction on what exactly that looks like at this point. Because I honestly don't know where else to cut without that direction.
Right. I appreciate that. I think I agree with you. It's obvious from our budget that we spend, in the comps that we got for every department, for a lot of departments, for fire, for, government services, we're spending more. Our residents have demanded a higher level of service. That's great. When it's boom times and we can afford it, we're in a place where we have to assess not efficiency, but what can we afford? What's the bare minimum of some of these items or some of these areas. And so I know you gave that to us in the different scenarios, and maybe that's just where we need to look for Tuesday. But, just wanted to push back a little bit because we also need staff direction to tell us, what is it that we can afford? What's appropriate? What is the, comps that we need to compare police or fire or Parks and Rec to. That's why I had asked initially at the first meeting and received, how much other cities are spending on Parks and Rec or government services. And we got really good information on that. So I think it's not just for council. I mean, we're telling you, we heard from the community, we need to, prioritize those voices. But I also think it's on staff to say, how many firefighters do we need? How many can we afford? What is the future look like? What's the new ship that we have to build together? Because that's the real question here. And it's hard to do that without staff expertise. I know you've given that to us, but it's very late.
I'm happy to draft an email with all of the things that I want. And I feel like I have been sending a million emails with everything that I want, and I have follow-up questions to all of those things. And that's why, I had a call with the chief and there's more information that we need. I would like to see what staff thinks about this, the information that was provided to us. Councilmember Middleton raised very good points. Let's look at it. Let's get that data so that we know what we're working with. I understand it might not be as full as we need it to be by next week, but let's at least get that started and get us moving in that direction so that we can make informed decisions. And I'm happy to give more specific, concrete direction. I think that's completely fine. I can send an email. I absolutely can do this by an email.
Okay. I don't think we can give you more than that, David, unfortunately, right now. I think everyone is just exhausted. I do think we can each reach out to you.
Well, we will. Well, like I say, it's the budget stuff you can figure out in 10 minutes. I guess it's the political value, the public value thing that's always difficult. So we'll reconvene on Tuesday at 6:30, I think.
All right. So correct me if I don't say this correctly, but we'll be adjourning tonight's meeting to Tuesday, June 30th, 2020 at 6:30 and continuing agenda items 2A, 2B, 3A, 4A, and 5A. Is that accurate?
Yes, and just to clarify, the public hearings for 2A and 2B will also be continued, and there will be no further public comment on those items. The only public comment will be on the yet to be heard items, as well as the general public comment portion.
Would there be public comment again on like item 5A, which we already took it on, even though it's not a public hearing? Or only anything added?
Only things that we have not taken public comment on.
Okay, so all those items we have, correct? Just so the public understands.
Correct.
We've taken public comment on all the items we're continuing. So unless we add something new. Correct? Thank you. Just so the public understands that. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, for staying up till 12:15, and council. And we will continue on Tuesday. Okay, good night, everyone.